Yo, yo, yo. What's going on, everybody? Hello, hello, hello. What's up, everybody? Last one to the party, always. Last one to the party. How's it going, everybody? 9 minutes. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I wish. How's everyone doing? Hey, Chris. What's up, Chris? Hold on. Let me turn this off. How's everyone doing? Ay, 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 ay. Holy moly. That's loud. Okay. Juicy stream tonight. Juicy stream. We're gonna watch the reveal here. I'm not gonna lie. I didn't watch it all. So there's a lot I missed. So I'm kind of going in blind here. Not really, but really. Watched it earlier. Plenty of surprises. Ooh. I had it in the background. I wasn't watching it because I was busy working. But I had the sound on. But, you know, my attention span isn't the best. Okay. I do know that I was wrong about the druid. No druid. God damn it. Now I gotta admit it. Okay. There you go. Think we're good. You didn't get to watch Ziggy's interview? Well, we're gonna watch all 3 hours of it. 3 hours and 43 minutes. We're 52 minutes in, and plus I'll advance this. So it looks like it's about, I don't know, 3 hours. 3 hours. But we are gonna watch this in its entirety, and yeah, we'll discuss. And we're literally just a week away. A week away from this. Nope, I was too busy playing the demo of Schedule. Did you play it, Chris? What did you think? What did you think? I'm not gonna lie. I had some stuff to do, and then I was gonna go to bed, and I came back and I played for like another 3 hours. It was, yeah, anyway, very addicting. No pun intended. No pun intended. Shit. Oh, you know what I wanted to do? Damn. Very addicting. Yeah. It's a good game. Good game. Let me put something over here. And just let me get set up. There's 100,000 people playing. The demo is called a free sample for a reason. Yeah. Okay, I can put that over there. This is kind of loud, actually. Put that at 57%. Ben! How you doing, Ben? Let me beat my alert. Thanks for the sub. Thanks for the tier 1, Ben. Much love. 7 months! What the hell's wrong with you, Ben? Clearly, I screwed up in those 7 months. At least once. Loaded question. Thank you, man. Thank you, brother. Thank you. Much appreciated. You caught some bang. Oh, shit. All right, boys. Let's get into it. Let's get into it, man. Oh! I can't. Oh, God, I've been waiting so long for this. Oh. 7 hours later. Thanks again, Ben. Thank you for the tier 1. 7 months, 4-month streak. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Let's go.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers, Game Director on Path of Exile 2. Welcome to GGG Live. Well, it's been a little over 3 months since we launched Early Access, so it's about time for our first major content update. Today, we're going to show you an exclusive reveal of Path of Exile 2, Dawn of the Hunt, which launches on April 4th. Twitch drops are enabled on today's livestream, so make sure you follow the instructions below in order to claim your Executioner's Guillotine finisher effect. Now in today's stream, we're going to take you on a deep dive into the new Dawn of the Hunt update. We'll cover a new class, 5 new Ascendancy classes, and huge expansions on character systems like unique items and support gems. After that, it's on to the in-game improvements, including changes to systems, a bunch of new encounters, and lots of other content. We're going to finish up today with a live Q&A session where Ziggy D will ask Path of Exile 2's game directors, myself and Mark, your questions from Twitch chat. Now we have a lot to cover today, so let's get started with a trailer for Path of Exile 2, Dawn of the Hunt.
We as Mary are guided by the Spirit. It provides prey, shelter, even love. But for me, one day, all that were changed. The Spirit, it showed me something. Something forbidden. And to defend all I loved, I used it. I lost everything that day. But fate weren't finished with me yet.
Love her accent.
I'll right the wrongs I've done. I'll do what I must.
Yeah.
No matter the cost.
Oh, nasty.
I will hear the Spirit once more.
Ooh. Nasty and agile. There, Roa.
Don't make me kill you! I shall bathe in your blood.
Nice.
Now, as you can see, in Dawn of the Hunt, we're introducing the first new class since early access to PoE 2, the Huntress. The Huntress is a spear-wielding Asmeri warrior. Born into a society with strict traditions, she was exiled from her homeland after using the power of a skill gem to defend her village. As a dexterous spear user, she specializes in both melee and ranged combat, dashing into and out of battle. Spears have extended range and a short dash, but unlike other melee weapons, you can also throw them. In order to make a hybrid ranged and melee character work, we had to do a lot of thinking about ways to make it fun to both enter and exit melee range.
Looks pretty cool, yeah, Ben.
The
it
first
does.
skill you will get as a Huntress is Whirling Slash. As well as striking in a circle around you, this skill creates a whirlwind that blinds your enemies. Leaving the whirlwind will make it explode. The more Whirling Slash is used, the bigger the whirlwind, and the bigger the explosion. Once you're out of there, you'll want to follow up with something ranged. Whip your spear around to shoot twisters towards your foes.
That's pretty cool.
These twisters bounce off walls and can hit enemies multiple times. You can also throw twisters inside a whirlwind to shoot out extra tornadoes that do way more damage.
Nice.
In her offhand, the Huntress will usually want to hold a buckler, which allows you to do a new skill, Parry. While holding down
Wow.
Parry, your character will counterattack any incoming attack from monsters near you, stunning them. In addition, the monsters will take extra attack damage from your follow-up strike. Some specific skills are designed to be used after a parry and have extra effects. Disengage is a skill that does a quick jump back, damaging enemies in front of you, and it can be used to interrupt other actions, like dodge roll. If you use it against a parried enemy though, it causes an explosion and gives you a frenzy charge.
Wow.
Just be careful. If you parry too much, you're going to get stunned and possibly killed. You can combine this combo with Whirling Slash. Slash, parry, disengage, and you'll get an explosion from the disengage and the Whirling Slash. The Huntress also has a variety of elemental spear throw attacks. You could use Lightning Spear to bounce lightning between your foes. Or you could throw explosive spears into the ground. These spears take a while to detonate, but when they do, they'll incinerate anyone caught in the blast.
Cool.
All spear throws on the Huntress can also be empowered by frenzy charges. For example, explosive spears will do an even larger explosion and leave fire on the ground.
That's pretty good
And these
AoE
empowered
there.
versions can activate even more combos. Using Whirling Slash over ground fire will suck it into the whirlwind, adding fire to the explosion.
Wow. Nice.
Using twisters inside a fire whirlwind will shoot out fire tornadoes as well. And you can do similar combos with ice
Nice.
and lightning too. Now, a key aspect of hunting is exhausting your foes by causing blood loss. This skill is Rake, which dashes towards your target and unleashes a deadly slash, opening up wounds on your enemies. Follow up with Disengage and watch them bleed out as they run towards you. On the health bar of monsters, you can see how much blood loss the enemy has experienced,
Holy.
and the Huntress has skills to take advantage of this. For example, using Blood Hunt will thrust forward and cause a bloody explosion. The more blood loss, the bigger the explosion. If you want to cause bigger bleeds, try out Rapid Assault. The final hit of this multi-hit combo will stick a spear into your enemy for a big bleed.
Ooh.
Now, Explosive Spear and Rapid Assault both result in
Bleed,
leaving spears
boys.
behind, either in the ground or in enemies. But there are other skills that leave spears around too, like Storm Lance, that leaves an electrical spear that arcs towards enemies. But what can you do with all these spears? Detonate them, of course.
Come
Thunderous
on.
Leap will allow you to jump onto and explode any spears either in the ground or in your enemies. Now, as well as hunting animals, the Huntress also has the ability to work with them. While fighting any beast, you have the ability to tame it and use it as a companion. You can only have one companion at a time, but it will keep the mods that were on it. Try to find a rare beast with good mods to take full advantage of your ability to tame it.
What? That's so fucking cool.
Now, this is just the beginning of the Huntress. We've really tried to make the hybrid ranged and melee gameplay work for this class by having a huge amount of synergy between ranged and melee options. There are 22 new skills available for the Huntress. By endgame, you'll be slinging hundreds of insanely powerful spears, sending forth spirit animals and summoning the might of Solaris from the sky.
That's what they'll say. It's Pokemon now. I don't know. It
But we
looks
still
pretty
haven't
nasty.
talked about ascendancy classes yet. What can the Huntress ascend into? Well, the first ascension class you could choose is the Ritualist. The Ritualist has embraced the darker side of his merry traditions by harnessing the power of animal sacrifice and plague. The Corrupted Life Force skill causes all enemies around you to grow volatile blood boils on their skin. When those enemies are slain, the boils will burst, spreading corrupted blood to all enemies around them. The Ritualist also excels in taking advantage of magical trinkets. The Unfurled Finger skill allows you to equip an additional ring on a finger around your neck.
What? Are you kidding me? Wow.
Taking Mystic Attunement increases the bonuses of all the rings and amulets you have equipped. Now this is one of my favorites. As the Whispers Ask grants you a new skill, Ritual Sacrifice. Use the skill on the corpses of slain rare monsters to absorb the power in their blood to give you one of their modifiers for a short time.
Get the fudged out.
Specialize further into ritualistic sacrifice.
Holy shit. It's random.
Bonuses of all the rings and amulets you have equipped. Now this is one of my favorites. As the Whispers Ask grants you a new skill, Ritual Sacrifice. Use the skill on the corpses of slain rare monsters to absorb the power in their blood to give you one of their modifiers for a short time. Specialize further into ritualistic sacrifice with As the Whispers Demand, which allows you to perform that skill on
what's up
yourself
next?
instead of a corpse. Cut your own hand, sacrificing some of your own blood to empower yourself. The Amazon Ascension is which allows you
Ritual sacrifice can be used on yourself to remove 20% of maximum life to grant a random monster modifier. A maximum of 1 modifier can be granted this way. Jesus.
to perform that skill on yourself instead of a corpse. Cut your own hand, sacrificing some of your own blood to empower yourself. The Amazon Ascension is for those looking to hunt more than just beasts. Trained as an elite guard to the most important Asmeri elders, the Amazon will use more traditional fighting techniques mastered to perfection.
Yeah, 20%
The Predatory
is a lot.
Instinct skill will cause you to reveal weaknesses in the defenses of rare and unique enemies, causing you to deal more damage. You can
Wow.
see those weak spots represented on their life bars. While using Elemental Infusion, any charges you consume will infuse your weapon with elemental power, causing any projectile attacks to explode on impact. The Critical Strike skill is as simple as it sounds.
It's 25 seconds next. You get the random modifier for 25 seconds. 25 seconds. That's a pretty good, healthy amount of time.
It takes your excess accuracy and gives it to you as critical strike chance. Additionally, you have skills like Mystic Harvest, which allows your elemental damage to leech life, and as Mary Brew to be able to use either flask to restore both life and mana. So those are the Mystic Harvest, which allows the critical. While using Elemental Infusion, any charges you consume will infuse enemies, causing you to deal more damage. One will use more traditional fighting.
Ritual sacrifice can be used on yourself to remove 20% of maximum life to grant a random. A maximum 1 modifier can be granted this way. The 20% health hit may be their way to nerf the kit.
The Amazon Ascension is Predatory Instinct skill will cause you to reveal weaknesses in the defenses of rare and unique enemies, causing you to deal more damage. Will use
Few seconds in there.
sacrifice on the corpses of slain rare monsters you have equipped.
So in this case, the modifier they got was a temporary bubble. So it actually shows you what the potential modifiers are.
Now this is one of my favorites. As the Whispers Ask grants you a new skill. Taking Mystic Attunement increases the bonuses of all the rings and amulets you have equipped. Now this is one of my favorites. As the Whispers Ask grants you a new skill, Ritual Sacrifice. Use the skill on the corpses of slain rare monsters to absorb the power in their blood to...
No, it looks like more than 25 seconds.
My favorites. As the Whispers Ask grants you a new skill, Ritual Sacrifice. Use the skill on the corpses of slain rare monsters to absorb the power in their blood
Looks
to
like
give you one of their
27
modifiers
seconds.
for a short time. Specialize further into ritualistic sacrifice with As the
Thank you,
Whispers
Nex.
Demand,
I missed
which
that.
allows you to perform that skill on yourself instead of a corpse. Cut your own hand, sacrificing some of your own blood
26
to empower
seconds.
yourself.
Anyway,
The Amazon
Nice.
Ascension is for those looking to hunt more than just
Ziggy
beasts.
was a big yapper.
Trained as an elite guard to the most important Asmeri elders,
What's
the
up,
Amazon will use
X-rated?
more traditional fighting techniques mastered to perfection. The Predatory Instinct skill will cause you to reveal weaknesses in the defenses of rare and unique enemies, causing you to deal more damage. You can see those weak spots represented on their life bars. While using Elemental Infusion, Any charges you consume will infuse your weapon with elemental power, causing any projectile attack.
Grants infuse. When you consume a power charge, trigger infused weapon to gain 2 cold infusion. When you consume an endurance charge, trigger infused weapon to gain 2 fire infusion. When you consume a frenzy charge, trigger infused weapon to gain 2 lightning infusion.
To explode on impact.
I gotta say, guys, like on the surface,
The critical strike skill is as simple as it sounds.
this Amazon
It
looks
takes your
pretty
excess
good.
accuracy and gives it to you as critical strike chance. Additionally, you have skills like Mystic Harvest, which allows your elemental damage to leech life, and as Mary Brew to be able to use either flask to restore both life and mana.
Oh my god.
So those are the 2 new ascendancies for the Huntress, but those are not the only ascendancies in Dawn of the Hunt. We've added a new ascension class for 3 of the other existing classes too. First up, for our warriors out there, we have the Smith of Kitava. The warrior is a blacksmith in origin, taught by his father Renly. With this ascension, you can take your smithing skills to new heights by embracing power from the insatiable one himself, Kitava. Smiths of Kitava are master blacksmiths and have the ability to forge their weapon, quite literally. Using the Against the Anvil notable skill, you can enhance your weapon with fiery destruction before any battle. After doing so, your attacks will release explosions on hit for maximum devastation.
For how long?
You can also use the power of Kitava to summon an animated copy of your weapon to fight alongside you. A great blacksmith can do more than just forging their weapon though. Their armor can be enhanced too. Now you might think this ascendancy class tree looks a little abnormal, and you're right.
What the fuck is
There's
that?
a lot of notable skills all disconnected at the bottom there.
It's a ton.
By taking this point here, which is free to assign, your character is unable to equip body armors with mods of any kind. So your body armor must be normal. Sounds like a downside, right? Except now in true blacksmith fashion, you get to craft your own body armor by taking those disconnected notables with your points.
Stun, 5% of
If
life.
you want your body armor to grant life, take this notable. If you want resistances, take this one. There's so many choices.
Plus
Think of it
75.
like you're crafting your own body armor, just in a more literal sense. Now, let's move on to those who prefer the reassuring feel of a crossbow in their hands, the mercenary.
Let's
Alongside
go.
the existing ascension classes, the Gemling Legionnaire and the Witch Hunter, you can now play as the Tactician. The Tactician is a former Blackguard elite. Free from the duties of a Blackguard, he is able to use his training to decimate the monsters of Rayclast and earn
You can only use white body armor?
a healthy income doing so. This training comes in the form of various skills like suppressing fire, which causes all projectiles to pin enemies. When combined with the right where we want them notable, your pin not only stops your enemies from moving, but stops them from performing actions too, similar to freeze. With a soldier's training, the Tactician also works well cooperatively. Using the whoever pays best notable, you can place multiple banners at once.
Oh my god, that's
The
so
Watch
good.
How We Do It skill gives a
Wow,
portion of your weapon's
banners.
damage to your allies as well. But if that isn't enough, you pays best notable, you can place multiple banners at once.
What was that other one?
The Watch How We
Allies in your presence gain added attack damage equal to 24% of your main hand weapons damage. Oh, allies in your presence.
Do It skill gives a portion of your weapon's damage to your allies as well. But if that isn't enough, you can also command your army of off-screen archers to unleash hell and carpet an entire area with arrows.
That's pretty cool.
Finally, Witch players will be able to join their legions by becoming undead themselves. In Dawn of the Hunt, we're introducing the Lich Ascension class.
Crazy.
The Lich is a master of chaos and curses and could sacrifice her life to enhance her energy shield. The Crystalline Phylactery skill allows you to nominate a jewel in which to contain part of your soul, massively increasing its power. There's just one downside to splitting your soul this way though. If you have no energy shield, your mana costs will shoot up. The Necromantic Conduit skill causes you and allies in your presence to have unholy might, granting extra damage as chaos damage. Rupture the Soul makes enemies you curse explode with chaos damage when slain. Dominion
Like-
over Flesh allows
The witch is already cruise control. Now you're gonna have a companion. This this is like cruise
you to
control.
apply an additional curse. It's safe to say you'll be
Why is the witch getting so much love? There's nothing like the witch already breezes through the content. Yeah. It why of all the classes the witch? Like that's the Like, you needed to. Oh my god. Damn.
Be the true master of the occult by choosing the Lich class. So Dawn of the Hunt has the Huntress and 5 new Ascension classes, but it
That's
doesn't
pretty
end there.
sweet, though.
Let's take a look at some of the new skills we've added.
Now, you may remember we've previously talked about the Raised Spectre skill. It's finally complete, and it will be made available in the upcoming expansion. It can be found in the occult skills on the skill gem crafting panel. Raised Spectre is a skill that allows you to trap the soul of almost any monster in the game,
What? Scepters?
which you can then summon in the skill panel. Spectres cost spirit and will revive automatically if they die, but the spirit cost varies based on the power of the monster. You could summon an army of weaker monsters, or a few of the more powerful monsters.
Right.
You can combine them with your existing skeleton minions, or summon exclusively specters. It's all up to you and how you
Oh
want
my
to customize your
thank
army
God.
of the
Okay,
undead.
so it's for all the classes.
Given that
it's
there
a
are
skill.
hundreds upon hundreds of monster variants in Path of Exile 2, it's safe to say you'll be experimenting with this one for a while. We look forward to seeing which monsters serve you best. Now let's move on to our next skill. Since we've been talking about summoning undead so much, let's have a change of pace and summon something a little more alive. In Dawn of the Hunt, we're adding the Summon Rower skill. Summon your friendly rower to aid you in combat as a minion. You can also mount your rower in combat at any time, allowing you to move at full speed even while shooting arrows or throwing spears. Be wary though, if you take too much damage while riding your mount, you can be knocked off and get overwhelmed. It's worth keeping an eye on your stagger bar, as falling off the mount can mean almost certain death. On the topic of new ways to enhance your character, let's talk about support gems. Support gems are used to modify your skill gems in meaningful and interesting ways. Currently, we feel that a lot of builds have insufficient options here. To alleviate this, we're adding over 100 new support gems.
Damn.
Hema crystals will enable a new kind of bleed build, turning the damage over time you would have done into explosive Vile crystals. Alignment is a support gem for bow attacks, which enable a new kind of
Support attacks cannot cause bleeding. Support skills consume bleeding on enemies they hit. Create 4 hemo crystals. Maximum 20 active hemo crystals.
bleed build, turning the damage over time you would have done into explosive Vile
Man,
crystals.
the warrior.
Alignment is a support gem for bow attacks, which can reward skilled
Contagion, but
players
with
with good
bleeds.
positional skills. Caltrops will allow you to litter the battlefield with hazards, slowing your foes as you fling spears through their ranks. But there's plenty more for every playstyle, such as Enormity, Unsteady Tempo,
What's
ranks.
enormity? Projectiles from squirt trigger catapults when they reach the end of their flight.
But there's plenty more for every playstyle, such as Enormity,
That's the one. Support skills which summon persistent minions. Supported minions are larger, have more life and deal more damage, but cost significantly more spirit. Yeah, 10 spirit. Minions from supports have 20% more maximum life.
Unsteady Tempo, Profanity, Profanity,
Support skills use yourself. Support skills consume a corpse on use, dealing more chaos damage. If they do, cannot support triggered skills or resurrect. Consume a corpse within 5 meters on use if possible. So we do 30% more chaos damage consuming a corpse.
Retaliate,
Support skills deal up to 40 more attack damage, scaling as you stun bar increases.
Syzygy. Yep, that's a real word. And many more.
Now, we've talked about a new class, new ascendancy classes, new skills, and new support gems. But let's not forget about the core of a true action RPG, the items.
To start with, let's talk about uniques. We're adding over 100 new unique items. This time, we've made sure to add uniques with a focus on mid and end-game tiers to make sure there are more exciting items to find for higher-level characters. Let's look at some examples. Embrace your inner devil with Chernobog's Pillar. It grants you a large amount of fire damage based on your block chance. The Coming Calamity allows you to become a true master of the elements, granting you all 3 Elemental Herald skills without costing any spirit. At the same time, it penalizes enemy resistances. Wastegate is a belt useful for builds using a single resource like Blood Magic or Archmage builds. With this belt, you can use 2 life flasks or 2 mana flasks. It's up to you. Wastegate is a belt of the elements, granting you
86 strength, 86 dex, 245 armor, 223 evasion. Enemies in your presence have no elemental resistances. Fuck, 74 life and 37 to all elemental. Holy crap.
you all 3 Elemental Herald skills without costing any spirit. At the same time, it penalizes enemy resistances. Wastegate is a belt useful for builds using a single resource like Blood Magic.
23% increased stun. Only 1 charm slot, unfortunately. Life, mana. Increased flask life.
Or Archmage builds. With this belt, you can use 2 life flasks or 2 mana flasks. It's up to you. Now, we could go through these all day, but we'll leave most of them for you to discover. Suffice to
pretty
say,
wicked.
though, we want there to be way more cool things to find. Over time, our goal is to add a unique to every single base item type at a minimum, so that you can chance any base in the game. Now, given that we have the Huntress, we have a set of unique spears from early game all the way through to end game as well. One example is Scyther's Spear, which combines bleed and fire in a powerful way. It allows your ignites to be aggravated, dealing substantially more damage. We're also introducing a suite of unique bucklers with some interesting parry mechanics. Kalgyra's Arc, for example, allows you to parry projectiles from any distance. And we're
Wow.
also adding our first unique charms. Bayra's Anguish will not only protect you from Ignite, but will also emit a devastating Fire Nova whenever you do get ignited.
In sum, there's just a ton of new uniques to find. We can't wait to see the weird and broken builds that come out of it.
Now, we also want to talk about crafting options. In each major update during early access, we'll be continuing to add and improve the options here. We have various new crafting tools that have been added as rewards to many of the different types of new content that we're adding. But for now, I just want to mention the changes to runes. Runes add commonly available mods, but since they only have 1 tier, flat damage mods tend to get outclassed by endgame. So we've changed runes to have multiple tiers, allowing you to get higher tier mods than before.
Our plan is to significantly
I don't
expand the number of
understand-
more
I don't
specialized mods for
understand,
crafting
though.
using
Classed by endgame. But for now, I just multiple tiers, allowing you to get higher tier
Okay, so the only distinction is the coloration of it. Yeah, there's nothing. The only thing is obviously the flat damage is going up, like you said,
runes add commonly available mods.
right? Yep. 4 to 6 and 10.
But since they only have 1 tier, flat damage mods tend to get outclassed by endgame.
7, 11, and 12.
So we've changed runes to have multiple tiers, allowing you to get higher tier mods than before.
Our plan is to significantly expand the number of more specialized mods for crafting using socketables as we add new content over time. And the first new set of those comes from what we're talking about next.
In Dawn of the Hunt, we're adding Asmarian Wisps, which can be found throughout both the campaign.
That was it about the crafting? Basically, that ruins are now going to be tiered. So, okay, let's keep playing.
And the endgame. The Asmari spirit has made itself present in Rayclast, and it appears to be trying to warn, or maybe prepare us for the coming darkness.
That looks
You will
cool.
first encounter a manifestation of it in the Grellwood in Act 1, where you'll meet Delwyn, an Asmari hunter who is trying to find out what exactly is causing the spirit to behave this way. As you approach the wisp, it will flee, leading you past monsters. Any monsters it comes into contact with are infused by it, making them more powerful. Each spirit is associated with a specific revered animal within Asmeri culture. This one is a wisp of the Great Bear and grants enemies extra life and stun. The wisp moves faster the closer you are, and as you move away, they slow down to wait for you. But if you get too far away for too long, they'll dissipate and return to the woods. As you continue to chase the wisp, it will find and possess a rare or unique monster, granting it a new powerful ability. Because this was a wisp of the Great Bear, this monster now also has increased life and stun. But on top of that, it will periodically summon a large spectral bear that slams with wild fury. If you're able to defeat this foe, you will be rewarded. For each monster that was infused and killed along the way, the rewards will be increased. Each wisp has its own mechanics. The wisp of the Winter Owl
I was waiting for you, Isaac. Bro.
is a primal wisp that causes enemies to deal extra cold damage, gain energy shield, and release wind vortices on death. When infusing a monster, they will call down large tornadoes to protect their host.
Oh my god, that looks
The wisp
cool.
of the Wild Cat is a vivid wisp that causes affected monsters to deal more critical strikes and become more evasive. When it infuses a monster, it will summon a barrage of feline spirits that will attempt to tear you limb from limb. If you're lucky, you may even find sacred wisps that can do some pretty crazy things to the monsters they influence. Like the wisp of the Cunning Fox, which turns normal monsters into magics, magic monsters into rares, and rare monsters into actual bosses.
Wow. That looks friggin'
Asmerian
cool.
wisps can drop a new set of socketable items that allow you to craft a wide range of interesting new mods.
Oh my god. So... that looks fucking cool. Hits against you have 10% reduced crit. Place into an empty ruined socket in a martial weapon or armor to apply its effect to that item. Once socketed, it cannot be removed. Gain 1 rage on melee hit. Gloves. Oh, look at this. They are specific to each weapon or item. This one's body armor. Corrupted blood cannot be inflicted on you. Huh.
Onto your items. Each one may only be used on a specific item slot. As mentioned, the Asmerian wisps can be encountered throughout the game, but there's also a new endgame map called the Asmeri Ranges, a mountain village where the Asmeri once lived, now overrun with corrupt monsters. This map always has multiple Asmerian wisps in it, and familiar, yet not quite the same boss fight. Asmerian wisps can also be further modified by the endgame Atlas tree as well, and by tablets.
But I'm not going to be the one talking about those things. In order to cover all the new content in in-game, I'm going to hand things over to Mark.
Hi, I'm Mark Roberts, Game Director on Path of Exile 2. There's a ton to talk about with the endgame today, so let's dig right in. Path of Exile 2's early access began with
Here
a
we
brand
go.
new endgame, and it was clear that it needed a lot of work. After absorbing your feedback, we're ready to make some epic changes. The first thing is, we just need a lot more content. In Dawn of the Hunt, we have made sure to focus on increasing the sheer number of interesting and different encounters you will randomly stumble into as you explore the endgame. And the second goal is to smoothen the progression through maps and reduce the amount of annoying busy work. To start with,
Sounds
let's
good.
talk about the new interesting stuff to find. Well, the most obvious thing to add are new maps. As well as the Asmeri Ranges that Jonathan mentioned earlier, Dawn of the Hunt also contains 7 other new maps, all with their own custom encounters. Let's start with this one.
The Farrell Megaliths map starts off in the wild Ezomite forests. As you progress through the forest, you will find mysterious rune-carved stones that, when touched, surge with energy. After activating all the stones, you can find a grand henge, where all the energy is coalescing. You can then start an encounter. The area darkens, a storm moves in, and a concentration of energy summons a dangerous boss.
Holy shit.
You must fight and defeat the boss to get its rewards.
Okay.
Once you have defeated it, summon another.
What?
And another, and another, and another. You have 10 total waves of boss fights which get incrementally more difficult. If you manage to defeat them, you get full boss rewards, but also opportunities to get new runes. These can
Come
only be
on.
obtained from this map.
Let's take a look, Mark. 10 you can summon up to 10 bosses. Holy shit. My death meter is going to be at 1 billion. Great Ruin of Alacrity. 8% increased skill speed. Debuffs on your expire 8% faster. Martial weapon. With this weapon, have 10% chance to inflict lightning exposure. Armor. 10% reduced effective shock. Meta skills. Gain 10% increased energy. 1 to 10 lightning. Thorns. Ooh, thorns! Looks like they're doing stuff with thorns. Minions gain 10% of their physical damage as extra lightning damage. Minions take 10% of physical damage as lightning damage. Wow. Greater Ruins. Yeah, Thorns build
The Fractured
incoming.
Lake contains a surreal waterscape
What
with
the
fractured mirror-like objects. As you move around the map, the terrain
Cool.
itself elevates from below, creating the ground you walk on.
Yeah, I'm
In this
following.
unique map, all the rare monsters are mirrored, so you're always fighting 2 of the same rare at the same time, which can prove quite difficult. If you manage to overcome that challenge and make it to the end of the map, you'll be presented with a broken mirror, a powerful altar-like object that contains an item within it. The item contained within is a new base type, either an amulet or a ring, that can be crafted to have additional prefixes or suffixes at the cost of the other. The last unique map we'll show today is one based around the essence mechanic. You enter a crystalline cavern, and you will find a powerful map boss imprisoned in the center.
Oh, shit.
It is surrounded by many rare monsters, also imprisoned in essences. By freeing and defeating the rare monsters, the essence they held will be upgraded to a greater essence and be added to the imprisoned map boss. How brave are you? How many essences will you add to the boss? Overdo it, and you might lose everything. Underdo it, and you might regret it. It's
How
your
am I going to
choice.
play hardcore in this game?
Speaking of essences, alongside visual improvements, you're now able to apply Varlorbs to corrupt the essences with a range of unpredictable outcomes. It could increase the number of essences, re-roll all the essences to the same type, or even upgrade the essences to greater essences.
Yeah, finally. Thank you.
What if they're already greater essences?
Right.
Well, it can upgrade those too. We have 4 new corrupted essences. Essence of Hysteria, Delirium, Horror, and Insanity.
Each corrupted essence has its own interesting combat mechanics. For example, the essence of Insanity causes you to question even your own mind, as monsters split into shadowy clones, and you must locate the real one before a devastating icy explosion freezes everything around it.
I never find them.
Each of these has their own crafting outcomes. The essence of Insanity can be applied before a devastating icy explosion freezes everything around it.
What does it say here?
Each of these
Upgrade a normal item to magic, or a magic item to a rare item with 1 guaranteed property, can only be used on belts. On corruption, items gain 2 enchantments.
has their own crafting outcomes. The essence of Insanity can be applied to a belt. It adds a mod that will ensure the next Varlorb used on the belt will guarantee adding 2 enchantments.
Nice.
It's worth noting all the essences in the unique map can also be corrupted too, if you're willing to risk it. It's worth noting we have also added 10 extra Atlas passive points you can earn by completing 5 different unique maps. Now, willing to risk it. It's worth noting we have also added 10 extra Atlas passive points you can earn by completing 5 different unique maps.
Now, new maps are just the beginning. We had a goal where we wanted to make sure you were constantly finding exciting new content and that it could be lurking around any corner. So, we have added a bunch of new things that you could stumble into in any map you run.
On your travels, you will sometimes encounter rogue exiles. Others like you who have been exiled and are openly hostile.
Son of a
Some
bitch.
are malicious, some are mad, while others are simply fiends for loot. They will challenge you, a fight to the death. They use the same skills available to players, and even the same items. They aren't just dressed up in those items, they're actually using them. It's going to feel like a true player versus player situation.
Oh my god, it's a version of
Of course,
PvP.
if you are able to slay these exiles, those items will all drop on the ground. So if you encounter an exile using a powerful or valuable unique item, which you can see displayed under their life bar, you want to be damn sure you kill them. Because if they kill you and your party, they'll portal out, taking their items with them. Every fight will feel completely different depending on the items they come equipped with.
Wow.
These exiles are much smarter than your regular monster. They have capabilities to dodge roll, avoid your abilities with smart pathfinding,
I love
smart
this.
targeting,
This looks
and much
cool.
more action-packed gameplay. Fortunately, they're like you and they're not super durable. Unless, of course, they're wearing uniques like Helm's Heart, in which case, expect a longer battle. There are 12 different rogue exiles you can find,
Nice.
each with their own skills and personalities. Some may insult you, while others may admire your honor in combat.
Another encounter you might stumble
Wow.
onto in Dawn of the Hunt are one of 4 new unique strongboxes.
Strongboxes are chests with modifiers. When you try to open them, they activate traps and spawn waves of monsters that you must defeat to access the loot. Let's take a look at 2 of the new unique boxes that are harder to find and behave just a little bit differently. The Ogham's Legacy Strongbox has a corpse splayed out in front of the rune-carved stone. Upon interacting with the stone, you activate Forbidden Ezomite magic, which revives the monster as a powerful rare. The Strongbox comes with a modifier which determines how many times it will revive that rare. Each time you defeat the monstrosity, the Strongbox revives it again, adding an extra modifier to the monster. With each resurrection, it becomes more difficult, but also more rewarding. This Strongbox is infused with Thaumaturgy from Ancient File technology. Eshel's Torment has a powerful artifact inside, and is guarded by Chaos itself.
Jesus.
Defeating the monsters will grant you a unique item, with a specific corrupted outcome. You'll have to find the other 2 for yourself to see what they do.
Now, let's talk about the introduction to the endgame. Upon starting the endgame, Doriani tasks you with cleansing corruption to help restore the land. However, in practice, the quest objective just sent you on a grind to clear 15 maps.
Yep.
We wanted to make the quest to unlock your Atlas passives much more interesting.
Good.
Now, Doriani is tasking you with a more specific objective. On the Atlas, you will find areas of corruption caused by the beast. In the center of each one, you will find a corrupted nexus, the source of the affliction.
Hey, what's up, Fish and
In
Blood?
the areas leading up to the nexus, you will notice that corruption spills out from slain enemies and amalgamates into powerful monsters. Corrupted maps
You know what's
existed on
fun,
the Atlas
B2?
before, but we've done significant
It
work
is.
on improving these monsters. We've also done a full pass on the modifiers on these maps to make them more interesting and more rewarding. Once you reach the nexus, you will have a new task: cleanse the source of corruption. When you defeat the last rare in those maps, they will spawn one of 3 terrifying bosses, amalgamations of corruption itself. After defeating that boss, Doriani will come and cleanse the corruption for good. As the remains of the boss are purged of corruption, it coalesces into raw crystallized power, which you can use to gain points for your Atlas passive skill tree, the upgrade system that allows you to add and enhance content in your maps. We didn't stop there though. When you complete a corrupted nexus, all of the remaining surrounding corrupted maps will become cleansed maps. Cleansed maps also have new monsters, a new boss, and their own set of modifiers and rewards, including finding fracturing orbs by slaying cleansed enemies. These orbs can be used in crafting on a rare item to cause one of its modifiers to become fractured. A fractured modifier is one that cannot be modified by any means. you are able to freely modify the item, ensuring the fractured modifier will never change. If you get the right item with the right mod, it can prove to be a very powerful crafting base indeed. You must now choose. Do you complete all the corrupted maps and then the Nexus? Or maybe you beeline to the Nexus, complete it, and do all the remaining maps cleansed. Both have rewards to entice you and challenges to assess.
Now, let's have a talk about towers.
One thing we've had a lot of feedback on is the busy work around running towers and managing your tablets. The first change we've made here is that we have reduced the number of towers drastically, so there are now 1/3 as many as before, but we've made them much more powerful. To start with, tablets now inherently add twice as many mechanics, but that's not all.
Did he say there's
Running higher tier maps and towers now powerful. The first change we've made here is that we have reduced the number of towers drastically, so there are now 1/3 as many as before, but we've made them much more powerful. To start with, tablets now inherently add twice as many mechanics, but that's not all. Running higher tier maps and towers now increases the number of mechanics applied by tablets. By tier 15, the bonus is double, allowing a single tablet to now add 4 times as many mechanics as before. So, we're running far fewer towers, dealing with fewer tablets, and affecting even more maps than before.
28
But
maps on your
because there are
range
fewer
contain 28 maps. 28 maps in range contain breaches. Yeah, what's up? Love what they did to the towers. It's the right choice, reducing it because it's tedious, makes this screen dirty. Yeah, holy moly.
Towers overlapping with each other, you won't get as many opportunities to stack different tablets. In order to solve this, we've made it so that each tower can consume up to 3 tablets at once. You always get 1 slot on completing the tower,
Right.
but if you can complete a tower with more mods on the waystone,
Complete this tower with a waystone that has at least 3 modifiers to unlock this slot. Shit. Oh my god. Super juicy incoming. About Rogue Exiles, I think now we can do target farming uniques. Oh my god, the Exiles is so far my favorite thing that I've seen so far.
you can unlock a 2nd or 3rd slot.
Complete this tower with a waystone that has at least 6 modifiers. Mine too, and unique strong boxes.
Overall, this allows for even more juicing from towers, while drastically reducing the amount of busy work you have to do. On top of that, towers are much more interesting maps because they can now spawn with all mechanics, including bosses.
Each tower map has a new boss. Let's take a look at a couple here.
The boss fight of the Alpine Ridge map has 2 powerful witches contesting for territory. One witch has an affinity for ice, the other fire. Who will win? Hopefully neither.
Probably one
The
of them.
boss of the Sinking
against
Spire
me.
map is a remnant of the Val that has been charged with lightning.
No.
It uses a full suite of lightning abilities. But be careful. If any of them hit the surrounding constructs, they will power up.
Another thing that we've seen a lot of feedback about is sustaining waystones.
Yes.
As we looked into it, we realized that the people who couldn't sustain waystones were dying a lot.
Not me.
A lot more than we had expected. And that made us realize something.
Get good.
During the campaign, the expectation is that you can die multiple times in order to learn how to overcome challenges. You are able to learn how the monsters behave, adapt to their skills, and eventually overcome them. But as soon as you get to the end game, you're effectively no longer allowed to die if you want to sustain
Yeah,
waystones.
one and done, Mark.
By the time you are getting towards the end of endgame, we want you to have to be careful not to die.
Okay.
But it certainly shouldn't be that we have such a sudden shift
6
as you run
portals?
your first maps.
The first change we're making is you can now respawn and return to a map if you die,
Okay.
continuing from where you left off.
Okay. How many times?
When you start the endgame, you get up to 6 total attempts per map.
Okay.
As you add more modifiers to a waystone,
Waystone tier 6. Number of portals 5. Oh. So it's gonna correlate with the tier.
The number of respawns
Tier 6 3.
goes down.
Tier 6 1. Oh no, it's the rarity. Wait a minute. So all rares are still going to be one portal?
Start the end game, you get up to 6 total attempts per that you're running every. As you add more modifiers to a waystone, the number of respawns goes down. This means that as you get to the point that you're running every waystone as a rare, you will have to be more careful. In parties, everyone gets to respawn that number of times.
Yeah.
But
The
we
worst,
still
the lowest should be 2, in my opinion. Right? You should get like in the campaign, we die because, you know, you're able to learn the mechanics of the bosses. So you die and you go back, you know, the health resets. But on maps, you don't get that opportunity. Like, you can't learn the mechanics of a rare or an elite, you know, like that. I don't think that's right. 2 is good, but not once. Yeah, exactly.
I think it's important that you can kill a boss in one go. In order to allow that to happen, we've made a change so that once you start the boss fight, it changes over to the same respawning system we use for pinnacle bosses. This means that the map owner can choose to respawn everyone at the same time. Another complaint we've seen a lot of is players not wanting to do the pinnacle content because of the experience penalty from dying.
Yep.
A change we've made here is that all pinnacle content now no longer grants experience, but also no longer removes experience on death either. Dawn of the Hunt also brings the first batch of Twilight Order reliquary keys from the early access supporter packs. These keys contain items selected by our supporters. They can contain any unique item found in Path of Exile 2. If the selected item is a pinnacle boss drop, then only special keys dropped by this content will be able to provide these items. For example, Hand of Wisdom in action can only come from a key dropped by Zesht.
Zesht.
We're also making a change that allows pinnacle boss uniques to drop at any difficulty. Rarer uniques will be rarer at lower difficulties, but still possible to find. This applies to the drop chances for the reliquary keys from this content as well. We spoke about towers and tablets earlier, but we have also added a suite of unique tablets. Each of these adds crazy interactions to the maps influenced by it. For example, this unique tablet allows you to run any map in a tower's radius without requiring connections, which can be quite useful for jumping gaps and traveling around your atlas.
Yes! Oh my
And
god,
this
I love
tablet
that one.
causes all runic monsters spawned during expedition encounters to be duplicated, and weakens all expedition monsters that emerge from the ground.
Holy shit.
The Atlas tree has also been expanded, and you can find many of the new mechanics there, and improvements to existing ones too.
Now, through this live stream, we have mentioned quite a few new crafting options that we've added. New runes, corrupted essences, fractured mods, and jewelry crafting bases. But we did have just one more crafting system to talk about. Recombination.
Expedition was the only
Ooh.
in
No, Isaac. It's my understanding it also comes in the form of a skill gem.
game mechanic that was lacking a crafting system, so that needed to change. Recombination is a mechanic that might be familiar to some players. It allows you to merge 2 items together, hoping to get the best elements of each on a single new item. This new crafting bench will be unlocked as you complete your first expedition, and requires artifacts found during expeditions to fuel it. The rarer the mods on the item you are combining, the more expensive the cost.
That wraps up all the major in-game changes we're talking about today. With all the system changes and new content, we can't wait to get in there, start blasting maps, and
Yes,
obliterating
correct,
monsters.
Sugar Groove a
There is
lot.
one more thing we wanted to clarify before we move on. which is that all the content we've talked about today will be made available in the existing early access leagues, so you can play your existing characters. However, there will be new leagues made for those who wish to start in a fresh economy. It is recommended to start over and get the full new experience in the Dawn of the Hunt leagues.
Yeah, of course.
For all our existing early access players, we're really looking forward to joining you playing in this new update. For those who don't already have access and are interested in playing Path of Exile 2 Dawn of the Hunt, you are able to at any time purchase an early access supporter pack at www.pathofexile2.com. Additionally, the Paladin and Penance supporter packs are now available to purchase in Path of Exile 2 and contain 6 microtransactions each and the full pack's face value in points. All the microtransactions contained within these packs are purely cosmetic and do not affect your character's.
Yeah, Isaac, you're Sir Groovalot is correct. You probably thought the spear throwing was a bow action, I guess. But the Huntress was all spear, and they can't, the Huntress, she can throw the spear.
Power or progression in any way. Thank you so much for your ongoing support. We're just about to start the Q&A with Ziggy D. With release at the end of next week, our community...
Okay, so before we get into the Q&A, what thoughts? I have to say so the good. There's a shit ton of new stuff. Like, oh my God. Really good. Why didn't they add Orb of Alteration? I like it, but a lot were kind of disappointed. Yeah, that's what I'm going to kind of get at, Sir Groove, a lot. A lot of cool stuff. Very underwhelming with the crafting fixes. So I'm very curious to see if Ziggy digs into that. And I have to say, I love the rogues. The exiles, love that. The strong boxes look amazing. The 7 new maps, and one of them that you can summon up to 10 bosses, awesome. How can you not love 100 new uniques, 100 new support skills? That's all amazing, all amazing. The RNG is a huge concern. Yeah, I hope they talk about it. I'm very surprised they only introduced one new class. I'm very surprised. So I'm leaning towards this is not coming out of... I'm going to have to change my prediction now, and I was wrong. I don't think we're coming out of early access in 2025. Like, my initial gut from now watching this, and obviously I'll think about it more, but we're not coming out of early access in 2025. 2025 full game is impossible. It looks like that. Yeah. Yeah. Wow. That's what's hitting me right now is that. Which means they're behind. They have to be overwhelmed. Thank you, Chris. Something is off. There you go. See, Chris always does a better job of summarizing how there's something off here. They're playing catch up. Yeah. Anyway, but shit. There's a lot here, dude. Don't get me wrong. There's a lot of good stuff here. Man, Path of Exile 2 is already a game that you can like sink your teeth into. just the stuff that they added just elevates it even more. Like, oh my god. Wow. Okay.
Team will be posting crucial information you'll need for the release. Keep an eye on the news. On release weekend, we expect to launch the new mystery box and many new microtransactions, including Path of Exile 2's first alternate skill effects. Thanks for joining us today and checking out our latest developments. We're
Okay, so about 45 minutes.
looking forward to playing the Huntress, trying new builds, and exploring the new endgame next week. We'll begin the Q&A shortly, so please get your questions ready.
Very exciting reveal with lots and lots in it, exceeding my expectations, particularly in crafting. But on that note, we're joined here by Jonathan and Mark to talk about all that we've seen today and more in the future of Path of Exile 2.
I don't know what they did with the audio,
An update about the recombination.
Yes,
but
that's
like
right.
I was telling you
Yes,
earlier, I had it in the
last night we
background.
did a design session
And I'm
realized that
like,
we weren't actually fully happy with
I don't
the way
hear
the
them.
combination worked.
I hardly
We actually
heard
made
them.
quite a big change
I
to
actually
it,
went
which
into
wasn't
chat
expecting that
and
to
I
do,
said,
honestly.
fucking turn the volume up. Like,
Basically
I can't
we
hear
sort
it.
of wanted to give a bit more control to the player.
And I walked away.
And we also kind of weren't really happy about the fact that recombinators is something that like kind of matters a lot for really, really ultra endgame players.
So low.
But it wasn't something that was really mattering a lot for like the people who effectively got access to the feature at the start. So we've actually changed it now so that the way it works is that you pick which mods you want on the.
It's them. I have it on max.
Each item, from each item, and then it gives you a percentage chance of success based on the number you pick. So if you pick just like one from one and one from the other, then the chance is much higher. But if you pick if you pick 6 mods, it'll become practically impossible. So effectively, like the more you're wanting to design the item, the less of a chance of actually having success. So it means that if you just want to get like a mod, if you want to get an item with like, okay, these 2 mods that I found off the ground, that's relatively easy. If you want to get an item which has all of them, then very hard. So we think that's a much better design because it means you can kind of use the recombinators actually become something that you can use even from from the first point you get them. But there's still this kind of end game, like for perfect stuff, you might still be able to do it with more. It is kind of balanced though, so that like if you pick literally all 6, then it's going to be like incredibly low to the point of like don't even try that. But like 4 mods might be a good thing to sort of be striving for, that kind of thing, and then exalt the other 2, that kind of stuff. So yeah, that's kind of the new design of that. So hopefully that'll be in by the time 0-2 comes out. We've kind of got a plan for doing that. Yeah, like I think it's a much better design than what we had before for recombinators.
If it's not there for O2O, it'll be as
very
soon as
soon.
it can afterwards.
Very soon,
But
yeah.
spur of the moment, night before the live stream design sessions.
Yeah.
But
Been a few of those.
increased player agency and visibility into the success result is just a win. And honestly, took way too long to get to the point of us actually going, oh, this is just straight up better to have observability into that and the freedom of choice. So.
Sure.
Yeah, that's the thing. Recombination definitely felt like something that was both really high end in terms of the crafting that it was intended for, but also just even understanding it. This seems much more intuitive because
Yes, you just pick what you
selecting
want.
the mods you want.
Yeah,
Right?
exactly.
So it does sound like it's a little bit of a nerf for the very high end of crafting, though. Like,
It might end up being, but I'm not it sort of depends on how the numbers come out. Because we only just designed this, we need to still work out like exactly how the numbers end up looking. But I mean, look, we have to make sure. Obviously, whenever we're designing any crafting system, we have to be really sure that we're not like screwing over finding stuff on the ground. So you have to sort of have that balance, and that's so that kind of informs everything we do with crafting usually.
One difference here, though, of course, is if the success chance fails, both
item's just
both
deleted,
items
yeah.
are destroyed as opposed to always keeping one.
Yeah.
So
okay.
So it's basically
Whether or not
percent
that's
chance for success, and if it fails, item's gone. So
Roughly, what do you think you try to pitch just choosing 2 mods at? Like,
it depends on what mods you're selecting, but I'm kind of thinking kind of like 35%-ish kind of thing for like 2 normal mods, that kind of thing.
them both
Like
to
for them
go
both,
over?
for them both. For if you pick 2,
Yeah.
and then but we'll
it
see.
kind of depends. Again,
It kind of depends. We'll see how we
higher,
have to do
higher
some
tier
mathing.
mods are rare. And,
Yeah, exactly. So it sort of
It
depends on the
also
situation.
the other thing is it's going to now have a fixed cost, so it's not going to
Yep.
And the idea is
dollar
like,
based on
yeah, and the idea is like doing a single expedition should be enough to do a recombination. So, you're going to be doing them like relatively often as you're doing expeditions.
So is the part of Expedition where you get to craft with the NPCs still a thing then? Now that you're adding this?
Yeah, I mean, you've still got that whole mechanic, and like, so it's competing for the artifacts.
Yeah.
Between recombination versus buying things from that other way.
So is there some buffs intended for that then to make it more competitive?
Not
with-
yet. It definitely needs some love in the future, but not at this time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It seems like the systems can kind of go hand in hand where you.
Oh,
one is
happy
giving you
birthday,
items that you
Isaac.
can then potentially
Too bad.
recombinate
That would have
with.
been a
So
good
true, you
gift,
can
man.
use
Happy
the
birthday,
ingredients
bro.
of one in the other, yeah, or the outcome of one as an ingredient in another, yeah.
Cool. We'll talk more about crafting a little bit later on for sure because there was a lot.
Yes,
announced there,
please.
Which I'm quite excited about. Definitely exceeded my predictions for what you'd be adding in terms of crafting. But firstly, though, just a quick clarification on the league. So there's not going to be a wipe for the new players joining us.
Right.
If you were playing on a character, you can still keep playing on a character. But a lot of long-term Path of Exile players know the importance of playing on a fresh start, and it's also
Right.
really important for you guys as well.
For
right?
sure, yeah. I mean, basically, if we don't have like any character that's come from before, you're just not gonna because the balance is so different and because so many things have changed. There's like no point in even listening to feedback for someone who's playing in the old league. Like it really has to be that you're doing the fresh start, and we're sort of seeing how things go in the new economy. So like we were really sort of it was kind of an interesting decision about whether or not we should make it so that all the content is exclusive, or rather like what amount of content would be exclusive to the league versus not. And the issue that we had is that so I mean like a league means something in Path of Exile. In order for something to rise to the level of a league, it needs like a certain amount of features. And the original thing we were thinking about doing that way would be the Asmeri Wisps, but there wasn't quite like the kind of like meta mechanics and stuff with that. So like we didn't quite rise to the level of feeling like it deserved to be a challenge league. And at the same time, we've also got a lot of new players playing Path of Exile 2 who never played Path of Exile before. So we were a little bit we kind of were deciding like, okay, should we should we make them exclusive or not? We sort of decided, you know what, for this one we're not going to. And then what we'll probably try and do is for the next league that we do, we'll actually make it a proper challenge league with like its own exclusive mechanic and so on. But yeah, it's a little bit funny because like in early access is a bit of a different situation with different, and so yeah, we'll sort of see how this goes anyway. But certainly I would encourage everyone just like start again on a new character. I think, you'll have a much better time because, obviously if there's structural changes to the passive tree. It's like if you log in with your old character, you're going to have like, your tree's going to get reset. You have to do stuff. There's things like that are going to happen.
I don't think we're getting that till next week.
And, also just balance
right?
changes, right? Like huge numbers of them. So you're going to have a better time playing from the start.
That's it. And speaking of the Huntress then, so we saw initial Huntress quite some time ago now and had some hands-on time with it and things, but I certainly, having played that before and played it now recently, the Huntress has changed quite a lot.
Yeah.
So what was...
Why? I'm going to start fresh. I don't know why you would, continue to play the character.
Was the how hard was it to get it ready for release? What was kind of the key there?
I mean, it's funny because class design is one of those things where every time you add something, it can make you reevaluate everything else, which is why it's so hard to predict like how long a class will take. So like it changed a lot since the last time we had we were showing Huntress. And honestly, it's like while there are some skills that you will still see, like it just plays completely different. And I mean, whenever we're looking at like how we're going to design something like this, it really comes down to what is it's the special about the character class. Like how can we double down on that to make sure it feels different? So with the Huntress, you've obviously got spears as a base type. The key difference between a spear and any other weapon type is that you can both use them at melee and you can also use them at range. You can throw them. And so because of that, we really were just really trying to incentivize everything possible so that you use both of those things. Action RPG players, they generally speaking, the balance can often be such that you only really want to do one thing and do that one thing well. So trying to incentivize the kind of ranged and melee is, quite a thing. And I mean, the way we do it effectively is try to make sure that like there are combo chains where, a ranged thing can combo with something that's melee and a melee thing can combo with something that's ranged, and then also give you good abilities to move between the two states. And so that kind of means that you end up with a very agile character. Like you're constantly moving, like backwards and forwards, and kind of moving around. And I would say that, like, given that it's the Dex character, that it's good that it feels that way. That it feels the most agile of all of the melee character classes. You know, that's been a really good one. But you know, I mean, look, there are. In terms of changes, I mean, look, there are just changes all the time. Like the frenzy charge thing was like relatively late in development. Like there's like quite a lot of things going on that just meant that, you know, the field kept on evolving. And another big one, of course, was parry, which I honestly was very skeptical of working.
I'm looking forward to that.
Like like Mark was the one who saved it.
Anyone played Souls games? I love parrying.
Honestly, like I was like, you know what? There was like 3 times I think where I was like, you know what? I don't think it's gonna work.
I didn't see any mention of
okay,
swords
I think,
X-rated.
we're gonna save this.
I was like, give me a week.
Yeah, exactly. And it works completely differently for most games, because in most games, obviously, with parrying, the way that works is that, you know, you have to time like to push the block button at exactly the right time, but that's just something that just wouldn't work in our combat system, because you know, you're often packs of monsters. It's just like you don't really have the ability to read combat in that way in our game, and at the same time we need to make something where there's going to be, like, you know, if a single monster in a pack hits you, you need to be able to respond to that with something that's going to you know, you need to be able to respond in a way where you don't just then immediately get hit by a bunch of other stuff.
Yes.
So having it so that the parry, like it always parries, but it's then taking advantage of what the parry does to the monster by following up with something that's going to give you, like, you know, an explosion or something like that to kind of deal with the pack. That's something that sort of allows that counter gameplay to work in our game. So you've kind of got 2 primary parry follow-ups. You've got the frenzy charge one, which dashes back, which means that, you know, you don't have to worry about the monsters hitting you. And then you've also got the one.
Maybe they're going to talk about it in the Q&A, guys. The passive tree. I can't imagine they're not going to talk about
There's
it.
another one which I don't believe we showed.
But who
there,
knows?
Which you know, called Fangs of Frost, which does a counter where you attack with ice, which freezes the pack. So it's another way to kind of. So in both cases, you've kind of got something that's kind of dealing with the fact that you've got all these monsters around you, and that was kind of the biggest challenge I think that we had with that mechanic.
Yeah, I'll also make note of, there was a support gem I found that you can attach to any attack that allows you to follow up parry to generate a frenzy charge too. So it doesn't even have to be the backflip.
Yeah.
You
In
can
that case, yeah. There's other.
Create your own parry.
Yep, and then of course there's always Sniper's Mark. You know, and there's a skill that does give you a guaranteed crit, so that's a potential option as well. Like you've got a few different ways to generate them.
Because parry guarantees a light stun.
Yeah.
You always get that small window to actually engage or do a thing before before you're under danger again.
And I'll tell you this, like, I am one of those players who never parry, right? In any game ever, because I can never do it. It's always just so frustrating. So I was very skeptical of that, but it feels really good. You've both managed to make it something that's easy to do, because you can just hold the button down and parry at any time. There's no skill involved in that. But at the same time, you've incentivized making it so that you do want to still try and time it as best you can personally. Well, how have you done that? How have you made it so that, like, you actually still want to kind of play it skillfully?
Well, I mean, ultimately, you know, anytime you're holding down the parry button is when you're not attacking, right?
Exactly.
So you still want to kind of minimize the window, but at the same time, like, the timing is just not, like, you know, not as bad. But the nice thing as well is that, like, once you do successfully parry, it's very obvious. You get the sound, you get the token on the monster. It's very chunky.
Yeah.
So,
Okay,
it means it's very obvious when you're supposed to counterattack. So yeah, I'm very happy with
doesn't
that.
sound
I
like
think that it came out
it's-
really well. And honestly, one of the funny things
Doesn't
about
sound
it
like
is that
there's
it
timing
immediately
involved.
made me realize
bad.
like how bad shields are
Yes.
in comparison, which is why we're also trying to ninja in a change to how shields work at the last minute. which we'll
Christian!
see if it makes it into 020. I was playing around with it last night.
Yep, this was
and,
8 p.m. last
yeah,
night.
Yeah, 8
at
p.m. last
Jonathan's.
night, exactly.
Yeah,
I was
messing with this.
Yeah, messing around with it. And so, you know, I
not
won't
gonna
talk
play
too
this
much about
patch?
how that's going to work, but effectively we want to make shields, you know, the shields better as well, and kind of build something into those to make them
Right on.
to make them more interesting. So yeah, that's the plan there. We'll see if it makes it for 020.
Yeah, following that kind of similar design space idea of being able to do a bit more with it.
Yeah,
And then that
100%.
feed into other skills and things like that as well.
100%.
There's a lot of room there to play with.
Yeah.
So we talked about Huntress being very, very combo heavy, and she has the deepest combo chains out of anyone so far, even exceeding like things you can do with Monk. You got 3-4 different skills deep of things you can start to synergize together. So how do you balance? How do you make that fun? Firstly, like rather than like owner.
Hey, Steve, just shocking. No new Act 1, Class 1, Weapon 5, Ascendancy 7 maps. What the fuck have they been doing? I guess you weren't impressed. Oh my God.
For example.
Well, I mean, I guess there's a few things. Like, one of them is it just has to be very readable and understandable when, like, like what you can do and when you can do it.
Yeah,
And I think
there's
the
a
other
lot
thing
of
that's really
stuff
to our
here
advantage
now,
here
whether
is
it's
reusing skills in multiple ways.
attractable to
so
you,
don't
that's
need,
another
so you can
story.
make a deeper combo chain without requiring you to be using as many skills in order to do it. So the way that Whirling Slash and Tornadoes interact with ground effects and kind of like all that stuff sort of means that, you're using Whirling Slash multiple times as part of the same combo chain. And that's an idea, I think, that I'd like to try and explore more, because I think that it is a cool way to...
This patch is like 10% of what they need to deliver for a game to launch. 2028 release confirmed. You know what? We were talking about that, Steve, because I don't know how much of my content you watch. But I've been on this game's coming out of early access in 2025 bus, just because of what Jonathan said. Ideally, they want to not go outside of 2025. Ideally. This is what he was saying before early access was launched in December. So I was sticking to that timeline, and I said on one of my last videos that December looks like December. But the fact that they've only introduced one class, and although there's a lot of meat here, to your point, there are some things that I think still need to be addressed. I'm not worried about them not introducing acts. The campaign is the least of their worries. It's the best part of the game. I'm not worried about acts 4, 5, and 6. They said they want to introduce all of them together. I would think it's going to be right at the end when we get the new acts. But the fact that they only introduced the Huntress now, to me, I don't think we're getting out of early access in 2025. It now looks like summer of 2026. How many do they need? There's 6 more classes to come. 6 more. So in April, well, you have 6 now. There's 12 in total. So we're getting 1 in April. That makes 7. So there's 5 more to come. Well, there are 5 more classes to release, 3 acts, 20 ascendancies. So unless one of these updates has a boatload of content, if it's like this, it's going to be a long ways away. Steve, every time they introduce a new class, it will come with at least 2 ascendancies. I'm not worried about the ascendancies. I'm not worried about the classes. Actually, I personally think that's what's taking most of their time. Is that, and Jonathan just said it, that the Huntress uses a spear, so it's range and melee. So I'm sure that just the ripple effect on everything else. I'm not worried about the acts. The campaign is done. Act 4 is already done from what I understand. I'm not worried about the campaign. I'm worried about crafting. I'm worried about endgame. We'll see what these changes feel like. I love the Rogue Exiles. I love the 7 new maps. I love what they did with the towers. Looks like it has potential. I love now that you can juice 4 tablets into it. So these are all good things. But yeah, I was a proponent of 2025 December. We would be out of early access. Doesn't look like that. But anyway, we'll see. Yeah, it's a lot of math to all these classes. Just look how Blizzard explains it every time. No, guys, these guys are behind because they're balancing right now. First of all, they got overwhelmed. They're behind. They were behind on Path of Exile. They had to pull out. You guys know the story. I'm not telling you anything new. You guys know the story. They're behind. They got caught with their pants down, and they're playing catch up. Like poor Chris. Got his account hacked, and the protocol with Grinding Gear Games is they shut the account down so nothing can happen to it. They look into it, they fixed and addressed the problem, then they turn your account back on. This happened 2 months ago, and Chris still hasn't heard anything from them. So the fact that they can't even answer support emails tells you how behind they are. They're behind. It's that simple. And they're playing catch up. And they got all these major core issues that need fine tuning, the end game, crafting, all this stuff, right? So there's only so many hours in the day, man, and they're a mid-sized studio, so they have the resources. They probably need more, but this is what it is, man. It can be that simple. It's not always the sky is falling. It's just they're behind. Yeah, we're doing the Q&A, guys. Anyway, no problems. They have 10-cent money. What does that have to do with it, Steve? What does that have to do with it? What does that mean? So you have money, you create the best beautiful games? I can think of a AAA studio that shoots out turds all the time. And they're 100 times the size. Billion-dollar corporation. I'm not going to say the name, but what does money have to do with it? Money means you have access to stuff, so you can, you can hire resources, you can make what you want. Doesn't mean it's going to be good. What does Tencent have to do with it? Tencent owns fucking everything. I get what you're saying, Steve, but doesn't make sense. Sorry, with all due respect. They're behind. Are they making all good decisions? I guess in due time we're going to find out. They have definitely taken a hit. Like, Grinding Gear Games had a shiny armor. Everybody praised them and loved them, and they still do, but they've taken a hit. Their reputation a little bit. It's been tarnished with what they did with Path of Exile, delaying early access, which I don't find that big of a deal. It was only 3 weeks. The LE shit, some people are... Wasn't the argument always, imagine what GGG would do with Blizzard budget? Yes. Are you saying that Tencent just says, how much Grinding Gear Games? $1 billion. Oh, here you go. There's a reason why Tencent is so rich and massive, is because they know how to make money, and they don't hand out money if they don't have to. So I beg to differ. Absolutely, they bought a big chunk of Grinding Gear Games, and Chris is, drinking daiquiris on the beach and enjoying life because of it. But it doesn't mean, here, write me a check. And the one thing that's also very not in their favor is the fact that where their studio is really, really limits who they can hire. I don't know why they don't put something in North America so they could hire talent, because not everyone's going to go to New Zealand. There's hiring laws, obviously, and all countries do, right? When you're getting a working visa, one of the first questions all countries ask of the company that is trying to hire talent outside of the country, is there a person in our country that can do this job? And you have to justify, nope, we can only get it outside of our country. So the fact that they're in New Zealand does not help their flexibility. So, but that's not I don't think that's the biggest problem. But anyway, that's just my thoughts. You can get all the money you want, but getting more workers doesn't mean anything. Experience and knowledge counts. It takes time to get new devs into that level to be productive. And we already know having thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of thousands of devs doesn't necessarily translate or correlate to a amazing game. And again, I don't want to say names, but I get it. That's just my opinion. All right.
To kind of extend the combo chain, yeah, as I said, without sort of getting too many things involved, and makes it a lot cooler. So yeah, I'll think a bit more about how we can apply that to other classes and other skills. But yeah, it's worked out really well here.
Yeah, it's a bit of like a loose create your own combo system in a way. Like obviously there's intended combos, but because it's interacting with something that's fundamental like ground effects, you're able to combo with anything that creates a ground effect. And there's a lot of different ways you can do that. Like I added shocked ground to the backflip skill, or I got a companion pet that had a shocked ground aura.
Nice.
As like, so that was just there and that was available all the time.
I mean, it's funny as well because it also works on just enemy ground effects, and so sometimes you can just get a damage boost because the rare just happen to be dropping ground fire or something. So that's kind of fun. But it's been it's just a lot of fun to play. The first time I ran into that was actually in the graveyard where there's these like chests that like it's really fun.
What are they talking about?
It always feels like you're getting a little bit of something extra for free when you're taking advantage of the enemy effects, or a boss fight that just has burning ground everywhere. It's like, sweet. So how do you go about balancing, though, when you have a class that has deeper combos and kind of somewhat requires you to do a bit more versus a class or a skill or a build that is just bonk?
I mean, you have to ultimately make the combos matter, right? And I think actually that's one of those things that we're trying to really focus on with the balance changes we're doing in Dawn of the Hunt more generally, is making sure that even, like, I think it's the case where some of the combo gameplay kind of degenerates a little bit by end game in a way that, like, I want to make sure it still feels rewarded. And so we were sort of doing various checks, recently about, like as a random example, right? Like, so on the Mercenary, we found that doing, but when you get to endgame, doing armor break, what's it called? The armor piercing that causes armor break, followed with high velocity rounds, is just worse than just using high velocity rounds. And that's like really bad, right? Like we have to make sure that we're improving that stuff. So it's like sometimes you just get these things where like the balance by endgame kind of degenerates in a way that that doesn't support the combo anymore. And so we have to make sure that when we're looking at buffing things, that we're like making sure that when we're doing it, it's to support the fact that using more things is actually a good thing. We're really trying to make sure that we're bringing some of that, improving some of that stuff as well as we're making the balance changes.
So do you have like a baseline there of where like the really simplest build should be, the build that just bonks? Like,
I mean, you mean in terms of damage or in terms of like what it does? I mean, we always want you to be able to build that way. But
players have to do a combo.
I mean,
for
no,
people who don't want
ultimately
to,
you never have to, right? But it sort of what it means is that you are sacrificing something. And look, the ideal situation is that like you don't feel like you have to do combos. You feel like you want to do combos, right? Like, because you feel rewarded for them. It's like should feel like a fun, like, oh, I can add this. Like it's the feeling you should be getting.
Yeah. I think the Huntress is doing that very well. It must have been like extremely hard, because I don't think I've ever seen this like ranged melee combo done well before.
Right. Well, I mean, it does require a lot of discipline, and it means that a lot of skills like end up on the cutting room floor because you try them out and then you realize, well, if this is in the game, then that's the only thing I'm ever going to do. So you got to be really careful about that stuff.
Certainly, playing the Huntress now makes me go back and look at the other classes and be like, we need to up that the level there, and we missed the mark a little bit now because this is better. And who's to say the next class won't even be better and make us question even this? But
but that's the way it is with class design.
That's what he says when we like literally when you make a new class, you question everything. He's not understating the level of questioning everything.
Yeah, do you see like going back to the monk at some point and looking for more like opportunities to link skills together with?
I mean, we haven't got to the full skill set for any class yet already, and we need to add more pieces for a lot.
I think there's at least 4 skills that were designed and enhanced in the monk currently.
Range are the same. There was extra poison skills. It was intended to be more chaos dots. There's all kinds of stuff. We have to obviously at some point fill all of that in. Hard to say when, but. We're going to try and incrementally get it, like much like how Ray Spectre and I mean the mount works with the Huntress, but we were like, let's give something for the Ranger this time. Let's give something for the Summoners out there this time, and so we're just going to keep filling in those gaps over time.
And it feels like you're getting better at class and skill design as you go too. So I imagine the last class you're going to release is going to be like amazing. You'll look back at the first ones and be like, ooh.
Possibly.
Well, that is the worry. But whatever.
But look, that just means we've got another round of going through everything and improving stuff again, right? So
and that will never end.
That's it. So with the parry came the kind of looking at the player getting stunned, in particular player heavy stun. So
Yep.
it's always hard to tell players like, hey, we're going to do something to you and it's going to be a bad thing. You're not going to like this.
Well, the funny thing,
Let's talk about why.
there's a few things like that actually, because so I mean, for a start, like we needed the downside of parry to be you know, like that, yeah, you get stunned out of it. But then when we're looking at how long, like we're like, okay, right now, even, and it's this true with shield block as well, by the way. It's like if you get stunned out of that, the amount of time that you get stunned out for is actually not even enough time for most bosses to do a follow-up attack on you. And it's like, well, where's the downside if it doesn't even have enough time? So we did have to extend that out a little bit, and it makes you a little bit more careful. But in just to warn people, right? There's a few other things like we lowered what's it called, the I can't remember the name of that thing now. The thing that makes you more easy to be elemental statuses apply to you. Ailment threshold. That's right, ailment threshold. Yeah. So we lowered ailment threshold to actually make it so the player has those mechanics happen more to them, right? Because like right now through campaign, like you barely get frozen or burning or shocked, really, to be honest. So there's stuff like that we've had to do to kind of make sure that you know, that, because if you don't have that stuff actually happen to you, then there's no point in mitigating it. And it's like, you know, things like charms were like not very useful because, you know, those mechanics weren't happening to you. There's stuff like that, right? The downsides do actually matter in order to make it so that, you know, that you then, you know, there's other things you can do to sort of bypass those downsides. So yeah, that's kind of one of those things that, you know, we just have to make sure is there.
I did always find it a little bit strange that like I was able to count the number of times I was frozen in the campaign on one finger.
For sure. For sure. But
And
yeah,
it's always by those vile ghosts.
yes.
So
Right.
expect a little bit more, a little bit more danger from the stun. I definitely died a couple times to getting heavy stun.
Yeah, it can
So
happen.
that's mostly occurring if you're like doing bad blocking or parrying. But
Yeah.
can it also occur just from like taking a really big hit or something?
No.
At least we've discussed that. We've gone through a whole bunch of different, like, should certain boss abilities heavy stun you, and if you spec into enough stun threshold, it like demotes it to a light stun, and if that, you know, there's all kinds of multi-hour discussions we've had, and we haven't really come to anything conclusive there. But it's only from mount, raise shield, and parry, and of which, you know, at least for all of them, you can see your stagger bar filling up. It's worth noting things like evasion apply to. So when you're parrying, we turn off your evasion from taking damage because
have to.
the block does, right? And otherwise you'd be like, I'm going to parry it. Oh, I evaded it. It didn't parry. But you can evade the stagger build up. So you don't take the damage anyway, just
So the
before
evasion
anyone
still
misunderstands that.
The evasion still works.
Yeah. Okay,
So
I didn't
high
know that.
evasion will mean you can parry for longer. There's a bunch of parry stuff on the tree, including damage affecting the debuff, the duration of the debuff, so you get to benefit for it longer. Reducing stagger is all over the place for both mount and so in the dex section of the tree. So yeah, you can mitigate. I mean, my expectation is probably you'll get some in-game builds that are just like, I can parry forever. And like, there's no real
Did they mention the
consequence, so
tree guys?
Not every skill can be parried.
So they're doing some changes to the tree. Sounds like. Sorry, I had to call. I had to make a phone call.
Parried, of course.
Yeah, it otherwise follows the slam rules.
Yeah.
If it's a slam from above or below, you can't parry it. Much to your frustration for some
Yes,
things.
I mean there are a few things where I've got disagreements about what looks like it's parryable, but
My hopeful there was when it's contentious, people would bring it up and would change it, right?
Sure.
So like, if it's on the line, it's meant to be blockable. Like, if it isn't clear, and there was no way with hundreds of monsters and many dozens of bosses that we weren't going to miss some things. So
Yeah, no kidding.
So you mentioned this a little bit earlier, but action RPGs kind of naturally pull you towards one damage type, one skill, one specific thing, and optimizing as much as possible, because otherwise you're just making a bad build a lot of the time. But I notice Huntress has a bit of everything. She's got bleed, she's got all the elements, she's got physical. The only thing she doesn't have is like chaos, but there's kind of poison on the tree right there. So how do you like promote this, like all of this different stuff together? Are you supposed to only kind of be relegated to using 2 or 3 skills, or are these supposed to come together, and how do you manage that?
well, there's a few things. So one of them is that we provide a lot of combos with the expectation that you know, you'll probably be focusing around.
Next, I talked a little bit about it. They added a lot of stuff. So the good is, I like that they added the 7 new maps. I'm on the fence. It looks potentially better. Well, it is better. A third less towers win. The fact that we can juice the towers more, win. The Rogue Exiles, win. The 7 new maps, the one where you can summon up to 10, win. Crafting the tiered ruins, definitely better. I'm a little bit on the fence with crafting right now. And personally, I've always maintained 2025 is when they were getting out of early access, and I've said that. I predicted they were going to introduce the Druid tonight as well with the Huntress. I was wrong. So it looks more and more that we're not getting out of early access in 2025. So to me, they added a lot more stuff to the game. I still think they're far from maximizing it. But this is their second step of potentially another 3-4 steps to come. You know what I mean? So it was, if you want me to rate it, I don't know, a 7. Yeah, there's something missing. And sorry, I'm not communicating. Like I'm having a problem communicating, like expressing how I feel, but you know, meh is too harsh. I love some of the stuff that they added, but you're right. They're not addressing the core. This isn't like them. They're usually problem, answer, problem, answer. It looks like now it's problem, solution, maybe? You know? They're not saying maybe, but that's the vibe I'm getting from them. And I think it's related to what we were saying, that they are so behind. So, you know, I give this a 6-7 out of 10. The problem will still crash. The game will probably still crash. Yeah. And poor Chris is still waiting to be able to play the game. It's like an independent Doom. They added a lot, but we will fit to the game and we will add more issues. Well, I don't know if they're adding more issues. I just think they haven't had the time because they're so inundated with shit. I just think they're not dealing with present day issues. They're dealing with the backlog, if that makes any sense, you know? It's just porting PoE 1 stuff to PoE 2. That's, yeah.
Like a few specific things rather than necessarily using the whole tree. So like there's that. The other thing as well is just making sure that in the passive tree there's sort of options that go across both. So the Huntress's passive tree has quite a lot of things like, you know, extra melee damage if you've done a range attack recently, and then it's got things like bonuses against blinded enemies because while you're in a world
I
slash,
agree with you, Nax.
You know,
I can't argue your
sort
points.
of stuff like that.
Are you saying so? The light bulb just came. Do you think the Rogue Exiles are bestiary? Is that what it is? Just in PoE 2 form? Huntress is just 70% Ranger, 30% Monk. They're burning the candle at both ends.
We're trying to carefully think like, well, how can we come up with something that's interesting and buffs everything that you might want to be doing, you know, that kind of synergizes with the stuff that that Huntress can do. But it is honestly hard because yeah, like many categories of things only matter for, you know, one thing, part of a combo. So it's just like trying to come up with categories that can somehow span all of them in different ways. And you know, ideally, you know, we can achieve that. But yeah, it is pretty hard.
Generally, yeah, you're going to become more niche or more selective because, again, even mixing elemental and bleed is just probably often going to result.
You
in something
probably wouldn't do
suboptimal.
both elemental and bleed. You'd probably
Yeah.
choose one or the other. But that's why we kind of try to make sure that, like, so you've got sort of linkages between them, though, right? Because it's like, for example, the thunderous leap detonates the
heist.
spears that you do
Yeah.
from the bleed thing. So it's like kind of like the idea there is to like it changes how. That skill then has a use in the combo with the other one. So even if that skill itself isn't doing a lot of
Yeah,
damage,
wait
it's
for a
triggering
certain
something that's
someone to
taking
say,
advantage of all
Huntress
the
is
damage
the
bonuses
spirit
you got
born?
for your bleed stuff. So that's kind of like the idea is just to
Oh,
to
he'll
link
be
all
in
that
here,
stuff a
don't
bit
worry.
so that you can use the non like directly synergistic things in a kind of more synergistic way.
Yeah, that's if you didn't see that from the earlier trailer, or it's you spear them with a bunch of spears and then jump on them and explodes them for bleed. Amazing. So, but yeah, that's using an elemental skill like in another way as a detonator. But and even more, you've got weapon swaps as well.
Yeah, of course. I mean,
even-
there's all those systems we already added about all that kind of stuff. So I mean, like, what will be interesting is whether or not we miss something cross-class, right? That's always a concern. Is someone will come up with some way to abuse.
You won't be
something,
wrong this time.
between something that's going on in the spear skills with some other class that we failed to consider.
Yeah, I mean,
but,
so that's it. When we look at a new class, we typically like call it like, oh, Huntress is spears, but kind of not really. It's a signature weapon, but
absolutely.
nothing in the Ascendancy prescribes spears.
Exactly. So effectively, we take great pains to make sure that the Ascendancies never mentions weapon types. That there's like that they're
Ziggy,
always
are you
generalized.
gonna ask any
for
tough
example,
questions,
the like
bro?
infusion mechanic in
Come
the
on, buddy.
Amazon.
You're
it
such a
just
good
says projectiles,
interviewer.
it doesn't
Come
say
on,
spears,
get
and
to the
reason
good
it does that is
stuff.
so that you could make an Amazon who is a a bow user, and that's all fine. So like it's effectively like
Open-ended.
it's open ended, and honestly, like I know that Mark like does like. It makes the constraint a lot harder for how to design an ascendancy class when you have to think about it that way for sure.
Oh, it'd be much easier to just put a bunch of cool spear stuff in there, but
Right.
now only really. I mean, it was similar to the
He doesn't
original
next?
PoE1
Oh.
Saboteur, called out traps and mines, and so if you're a trap and mine character, what are you doing? Well, that
Yeah.
you could do something else, but no one else is playing that thing. You know,
Right.
it isn't. It is easier to design. It is certainly less flexible and open as to what people can play in the different combinations and all that. So yeah.
How much do you have to consider the different weapons and the skills and how they interact together when you're originally designing them, or is there just literally so many possible combinations you're just like, the players will take care of that for us?
I mean, I think it is relatively impossible to come up with everything, but certainly we have to consider, like, is this going to be broken with anything else in particular? And there just has to be certain rules.
And
for
just
things
gonna
about,
be
like,
Deadeye
how
with
easy
spears?
Is it to apply this debuff? How easy it is to consume.
You know,
this
I had
debuff?
no
And
intentions
even
of playing
then, it's
Huntress,
like,
but
we
I think
often
I
make
am
mistakes
after
and have
seeing
issues.
it.
So
And
When he says
especially what you
relatively
just said,
impossible, it is
it's
actually
going to be Deadeye with spears.
Actually,
but I mean,
That's
just
relative.
but even just looking at the balance pass we're doing at the moment, right? I mean, there's hundreds
Yeah.
and like it's
That-
hundreds
that looked good.
of things like that, that we still. I mean, there's things that we could never honestly understand, but have these like crazy outliers to the same extent. as
Sorry,
we get
guys,
towards,
I really
full
don't care how
benefits
they
of
make
probably
skills.
10,000 problems, you know? The next one will have half that, the next one half that, and probably eventually it's going to be down to like, here's only a few things going, and too many other changes. Give it to the players. There's so many people, it's going to take literally 5 minutes. So it is. It's very beneficial. And we're lucky in that regard that we get that level of testing and feedback, and on such a mass level, and especially with things like Ninja and all of that, and other people being able to see it and discuss it more openly, we're just going to be able to iterate on it even faster. But yeah, every single patch you're going to see a pretty substantial change in what's going to happen here. Yeah.
Thanks for making the broken builds. And
Well,
players.
100%.
I mean, you mentioned support gems. It's like over 100 support gems added just this patch. It's it's already like so many, and with you doing a different weapon for each of the 16 classes.
Yeah, I
and
mean, there's going to be a lot
16
by the time we're
weapons,
done.
it
But there kind of has
supports
to be, right?
all-
Because
I know, that's what you made it. You made this system that you need so many supports to support.
You
because
do.
otherwise, it's not going to work. Like, especially with this one support system, it's like, what have you guys done?
Well, I mean, look, this is why we have recommendations, and hopefully we can improve those as well, and continue to get that better.
There's certainly room for the complexity to get a little bit out of control here. So the recommendeds are going to become more and more important.
Right.
So we need to make sure those are very much right.
For sure.
You must be looking to players even to find some of those recommendations down the line as well.
In some
like what-
cases.
yeah,
In some cases.
what stuff is popularly getting
But
used.
the thing with the recommendations,
Yeah,
though,
exactly,
is that,
next.
they can't really take into account what you've
Quality
already got
over
on the gem.
quantity.
So the recommendations have to be just sort of generally good, but not really take into account combos. That kind of means they're a bit more simple. Like the recommendations are going to be more simple than what you'd otherwise be doing if you're
Feels
following them.
like at some point you're going to need some sort of nested recommendation system. It's like, well, I'm kind of doing bleed stuff, so you go to the submenu for bleed recommendations.
I'm less certain about that because I kind of don't want to get into the thing of actually telling you what your build should be. Yeah, that's a little bit different there.
Maybe like more sorting methods for the show me all the gems. Oh, because there's a lot that are only in there that are never recommended, right? At this point,
there are, yes, there are.
It's going to be an interesting challenge you guys have set yourselves to make enough supports there. So another thing that you managed to challenge that you set
that's what
yourselves,
Ziggy basically is saying right there.
Was Spectres.
Next.
So originally those were planned to be in for launch, but obviously Spectres.
That is
going to
be ugly, scrolling.
Hey, let's just give players access to every monster.
Mind
also,
you,
made so many
the
new
people that know
monsters.
what they're doing, not
talking
me,
about all the broken. There's going to be
typically
some broken
will
in there,
type
I
it.
promise you.
Right?
And there's going to be some stuff we have to change.
I mean, they've done, but I mean, effectively, what the time
more
between
grindy to
early
get the
access
uncut.
and this was like, okay, let's actually attempt at least to do a balance pass of this and like see if there's anything that's going to be a problem and then adjust numbers
Yeah, but now
accordingly.
you've got to count all those support gems on all those monsters.
Yes, well, this is an interesting thing, isn't it? The support gems work. The support gems work on them, and like, what the hell is that going to do? Yeah, like it's impossible to completely know. But yeah, like, look, I mean, there's probably definitely some some dark secrets lying in what kind of Spectre mixed with support gems are going to do.
And monsters have skills now. It's not like PoE1 where it's
Exactly.
like just a bunch of zombies just doing default attack. It's like everything pretty much has a skill now at this point. So,
But the great thing about it is we got to leverage all that work again for the beast taming as well. So and of course the difference there is that you also get the mods from the thing that you tamed. So that's going to be
auras, ground effects.
Yeah, exactly.
On death explosions.
No, you've got a whole nother ruckus of potential interactions. So we'll see what happens there.
We've done nice specific player versions of those things for which specifically when you tame the beast, so that they're not sitting there spamming skills in your hideout and all of that.
Good. Yes.
Yeah,
But
he's
also,
got,
like,
he's
there
got product
actually
in
are
the
player
stove.
versions of the mods that Res can get, like so that we can balance them if we need to.
Yeah.
Because some of that stuff would be ridiculous if you had it yourself. So basically, we still have it sort of work. It mostly works the same way, but there will just be numbers tweaked to the player versions, and the same works as well for the what do you call it? The ritual sacrifice.
Headhunter,
Headhunter and stuff like that. So it's player versions of the monster mods for that.
Yeah, this new attention to these things is going to benefit like the pre-existing stuff like Headhunter and that as well. Yeah, that's insane.
There's a new. Probably should let people discover it. There's a new unique charm that possesses you with a random Asmeri spirit as well, and so you get the demons and the stats, and those technically also have player versions too. But actually, not to necessarily make things worse, to make things better, because monsters are balanced to fight player life and monster life, not in the same universe. So actually what we've done is all the things you steal that are monsters and the monster skills.
No, that's not true, Next. These guys play the shit out of the game. These guys are gamers. I just think, like, my opinion, they have a version of the game that they want, and they're battling against our feedback. And they're reluctantly giving in where they want to give in, and they're staying pat on what they don't want to change. And this is where you're getting this tug. But they play their game.
Like the explosions and the summoning bears and all that, we've actually specifically balanced them way up to be more effective against monster. So when you steal them, they're much more powerful, actually. Just so they're not just tickling monsters and doing 1% of their life kind of thing.
It was mentioned in chat, actually, the whole like Asmeri modifiers and things on stuff. That
I don't know, bro.
That would
Maybe they don't play Warrior.
The companion system, surely.
No.
That would be a little bit too far, perhaps a bit unhinged.
We actually
Apparently
had to,
Mark's
because
supposed to be a
this is,
god gamer.
Certainly a benefit. Once you have tamed the beast, it is not tradable. And people might immediately be like, oh, so that's sad. Well, the issue is, and as much as you might want some of that, I'm sure you don't want to be carrying around a whole bunch of tame beasts in your inventory all the time. So that every single time you find a good rare, all of a sudden you have to go and...
There's a women that finding a rare would become a thing. Yes, exactly.
It's actually like this annoying, in order to make the most money, I have to be constantly thinking about and carrying around tame beasts.
But then we also made it so that as soon as you activate a beast, then no one who comes into the instance after that is allowed to tame it.
Can't do any,
so you can't TFT it's like a whole there's a lot of thinking about that stuff in order to make it so that
it's a sad thing to have lost, but it is like no, I'm not signing up for
I didn't even think about that. The needing for cheat sheets and guides
exactly,
and stuff,
right? And so you have to be really careful. You have to be so careful.
This week.
And the thing is like it's like we design this thing and then think, trading beasts is going to be fun, but then you realize that the horrific reality of what it will turn into. It's like, but at least we're thinking about that kind of thing. Like with more experience that we have now early, so that we don't sort of run into those problems. Exactly.
Yes, we have.
Yeah.
I'm glad we've learned from past issues with that sort of trading.
Yeah.
Fantastic. So talking about some of the other new skills, we had the addition of the rower, which was teased quite some time ago, I think.
Yes.
But you've got it in and working now, and it looks like it's moving around pretty good.
Yes.
It's obviously... you've got like a big downside. If you get knocked off at heavy stun and stuff, you can't use melee from it, so it's for ranged attacks.
Yeah.
But it does seem like one of those things that it's going to be like everyone's going to use or no one's going to use because it's a clear speed machine.
It is a concern. I mean, look, my ideal situation is that you're using it sometimes and not using it other times. Like, if you're using it like during clear, I think it will, you will definitely want to. But we want to just make sure that we've got sort of fun things like that. And like it's just a cool fantasy. Like there's stuff like that I just want to get in. And it's like, look, if it doesn't work later, if we have to nerf it, I mean, sure, I suppose. But I want something like that to exist. We believe that it is balanced as much as we can.
You sound very convinced.
It's balanced.
As I said earlier, you can probably get builds that get to the point of parrying indefinitely. So you can. That means you can probably get to the point of riding a rower indefinitely.
Sure.
Again, enough evasion and enough stagger speaking into and all of that.
Yeah.
Well, fundamental question actually. Like, what's its move speed based on? Its own move speed?
The move speed is just your move speed. Like but it's
without the penalty.
But what you don't get is the penalty for when you attack.
Course.
Yeah. That's the thing. But it's funny though, because like even though it doesn't have a move speed bonus, it feels like you're motoring when you're using it, just because of the fact you don't get that downside anymore. Like you feel like you're the fastest thing on the planet.
It is
when you're doing.
There are other like more mechanical benefits, like it's considered a companion, which is a kind of subclass of minion that we've added, where you can only have one of each one companion base is a keystone for another, but you can only have one of each type. So, like, you can have a tame beast and a rower with the keystone.
Oh, right, yeah.
But inherently, you can only have one companion.
Right, so you can't use a tame beast if you're using the rower.
And then there are heaps of passives for, like, if you have a companion, like companions while they're in your presence and all that kind of stuff. Heaps of that stuff around the bottom of the tree.
Yeah, I saw you guys remade the minion damage. Is player
Takes up
damage
a
node
slot.
on the
See,
tree.
guys, they've done stuff to
Companion
the
damage
tree.
nodes become player damage nodes. And I was like, oh, that looks like
yes,
I'm going to take that.
Well, so that's the, like, companion where it's, like, more the mercenary over to ranger huntress is more like, you want your one powerful minion, and benefiting that benefits you and you benefit it, and there's that synergy between you and your companions.
So since it is a companion, I like the idea of, like, balance wise, maybe it ends up being that you're like map clearing on roller back and then you get to the boss and you dismount, like, old school mounted knights who charge in battle and then dismount and fight.
Yep.
So if it ends up like that seems like that would be a pretty cool balance for it.
That should be the best way to use it, I believe.
Yeah, because then you gain access to your dodge roll for the boss fight where you need it.
Yeah.
And does the rower then kind of do a bit when you're not on it?
It can attack, but I mean, it's not exactly a huge damage source or anything.
It's certainly better to stay at ranged. It's not the most durable of birds. For sure.
But it acts as a distraction. Maybe
yeah.
Support
I mean, it's a
gems
minion, right? Like it attacks things and does stuff.
Yeah, you can support it with minion supports to make it more durable and all of that. So
yeah. Oh, I mean, there's the one that's like the minion takes 10% of the damage before you do. So sacrificial bird.
Yeah, sure.
Poor little guy. So that sounds. I'm looking forward to playing around with that one then. speaking of new content, 100 new uniques this time. So how many are you aiming for? Kind of in general, is this about really like filling that roster?
Well,
out?
we want to have every base type have a unique for the purposes of chance.
Outside of boss uniques.
Outside of boss uniques, we want every base type to have a unique that you can chance. And
Yes,
so that
okay.
was with the eventual goal. One of the things, of course, that we had that was sort of a problem in early access is that because of the way, because when we were designing uniques, we kind of designed them like in order from base type up, just literally because that's the way that like spreadsheets are arranged. It's like we ended up with all the low level uniques
enough,
first,
fair
kind of
enough,
before the either ones, and it was kind of it's like we didn't see that mistake coming. Like it was kind of stupid because
we thought we'd get through
we thought
way
we'd get through
more
them
of
all,
them,
right? We were like,
so-
okay, we'll get all the uniques, and so we designed them all. It's like, okay, we'll start working on the art, just go down the list. So then we're like, oh crap, now we don't have very many
Row
in-game
of minion
uniques.
stacking
So
builds.
this time we're like, okay, we really need to make sure that in-game uniques are a thing. There's way
This patch
more
is
of
gonna
them.
be
that,
nuts
so the focus really is
for
on
builds.
making sure there's lots of cool stuff to find. Lots of really chase things that you can get. It's not.
So you discovered the sort order changing in the
Yeah,
spreadsheet.
that it does help. Turns out. But effectively, like you should. This it should be a lot better, and like there's lots of cool stuff there.
And we're just going to keep going with that,
yeah,
by the way.
of
Like,
course. Yeah.
100 now, 100 later, 100 next. Just keep going until kind of honestly, we never really stop making uniques. Like,
yeah.
especially anyone familiar with Path of Exile 1's history, is every single expansion since the dawn of time has had new uniques added to it. So, there's a lot there, and there's going to be a lot here eventually as well.
So then let's talk about the idea of like players seeing a unique and be like, 1x, that's not very good. What do you guys want uniques to be in Path of Exile 2? Like, how powerful should they be? What should they be aiming to do? And how should they affect the rares in that slot?
I mean, there's always a tension because we want rares to still matter. Like, we don't want your character to be just only full of uniques. So it really is like the role can evolve. So at the start of the game, they're really supposed to be more about that. The earlier game uniques are supposed to do two things. One of them is when you find them, they should be powerful for a little while.
Yeah.
But then also they have a some kind of combo thing that you might be able to do with them at end game. But we don't always know exactly what that might be. Like, I mean, we've got sort of ideas, obviously, but it's like we don't necessarily design them to say, okay, this unique definitely has like an in-game build that's going to be actually strong to do with it. And that's because you're kind of putting in things where, later on some other mechanic might come along or something might happen, and then people find an interesting interaction, and that's when the unique kind of comes into its own. And I mean, that's the same as like Magic card design philosophy, that kind of stuff. You just put in like kind of weird stuff and sort of, maybe you find something. But obviously it can mean that like, when people see a new unique, they might they dismiss it. But then one day they might also be paying vast amounts for it if it becomes a meta build. So, but I feel like a game has to have that stuff in it in order to feel like there's lots of interesting ways to experiment, because like, it's like the feeling of being the first person to discover some new interaction is an amazing thing, and then when people see something that like feels smart, and it's like, if we don't have uniques that just take chances and do weird shit, we'll never have that kind of stuff happen.
When we're designing a unique, we don't think about what's the value going to be.
Yeah.
We're not even coming out of it going like, this is going to be really expensive, or this is going to be really cheap.
Well, in some cases,
Well,
you
yeah,
knew what you were doing with that Herald unique.
Nah, I don't remember. It's more the charm and but that's the thing. Are you aiming for the? Honestly, there's someone said the other day, they were like, it's a successful unique is one that should be divisive, and I was like, I agree for the most part, but not every unique should fill that role. Some should just be clearly, this is powerful, I want it for sure. It is going to be on my build.
Chase.
And others are like, what can I do with this?
Oh my
now?
God, I'm
and
so
then others
sorry.
are just like, we don't know if anyone's going to do anything with this. Throw it
Who
in.
turned
and
my
sometimes
camera
it doesn't
off?
get anything happen with it for 3 years. But we don't know that necessarily. It's like, let's just take an experiment and throw it in there and let the players figure that out.
Well,
Yeah, I feel like
clearly it was
you're,
me.
with a lot of these
I
uniques,
thought
you're
I turned
designing
it back
a question,
on.
You're just like, I'm going to put something that's a little weird. Maybe someone will figure that out.
Well, I think as Rishi called it, it's a puzzle piece, right?
Yeah.
It's just a piece in the puzzle. You put it there, and maybe someone will complete the puzzle.
Well, I
half
had to
of
make
it,
a phone call.
Maybe not.
but I
And then
came
others
back
where
on.
it's
I
just
don't know
like,
how it came
yeah, this is
off.
powerful. Like,
I mean,
have
there
it.
are definitely.
If I would have known, I
suggestions
would have went to go grab my coffee.
Yeah, 100%.
Damn it.
Definitely.
So on Chase Uniques, then we've obviously had some like pretty crazy ones so far. Where do they want to be in terms of like how hard they are to get players? Because at that point, you do need
Right.
to consider like how
So
expensive they end up being.
it's really tricky. So whenever
I
we're looking,
turned it
so
off
if
for
there's
the
a unique
phone
that's
call.
broken, I guess there's two responses, right? One of them is make it rare enough that you only get the brokenness after the point when you're at the point where you're supposed to get that, right?
Yeah.
Which is to say, like, you know, post pinnacle boss type,
You win.
like a late level of character
Yes.
development, right? And then the other response would be nerf the actual unique, and it honestly is a case by case. Like, you know, so I think that like Temporalis, for example, actually got nerfed in both ways. The actual unique was nerfed a little bit, I believe, although I don't believe it's maybe as much as what players might expect. But then also you've got okay, whatever. But also we have made that one rarer.
It's
in
still
terms of being-
it's still pretty crazy.
Oh,
in
it's
the
still
right
crazy
sense,
for sure,
yes.
for sure, for sure. But the thing is like you want to chase stuff, right? So therefore you don't want to just go nerfing everything into the ground the moment that it's
Yeah.
good. So therefore that one becoming rarer, I think, was the right answer there, because it was way too common. Just due to the
We had
5.5
also
to
the issues with
6.
like, I mean, there were three real issues. One is Darkness at one point bypassed Honor Loss, so all of a sudden a no-hit run. It wasn't a no-hit run.
Yeah.
You had Guard bypass Honor Loss, so once again a no-hit run's not a no-hit run.
What's been
And,
the initial
then there was
reaction
just
next?
like,
Do you
well,
know
how
from
can
the
anything hit
community
you if you can
overall?
kill literally everything on your screen in
Patch
one
notes
frame,
might
right?
bring it up or
So
down.
those three problems, and so as the balance issue of not everything surviving for more than one frame due to a subset of builds, and those other two things go away, it becomes a lot rarer in itself.
Yeah.
In that it is much harder to acquire, require like very specific and ideally high skill gameplay. And then there's just like, well, it also was just too common, the relic that yielded it.
I mean, the expectation was that, because this is a hard challenge, most of the time when people try, they will fail. But the reality is, once you get the ability to do it, you just trade for that thing and get it every time.
Yeah.
So that's kind of meant that the
Printing.
rarity kind of didn't work like we thought, and now that should be better in both ways.
Again, for the PoE 1 players comparison, like it was far more common than Original Sin. Which was the same role in PoE 1's version of the Sanctum, just to give us some sort of comparison.
It's just much easier to actually reliably do it.
And it shouldn't have been that much more common.
Right.
Yeah, gotcha. So crafting really surprised me. You guys announced. I thought we'd maybe get like one little thing. Maybe you'd do something with essences or something. But we've got essences coming out.
DM loves
more,
it.
looks like.
Gazzy. Well, yeah.
So
Gazzy.
greater
Raiders
essences,
now?
greater
You might as well
essences are
call
much
this
more
Dawn
common,
of
much easier to
the
get.
of the
And one thing we
minions.
didn't mention in the video is that like omens are way more common because I
Rax
believe
didn't
you
seem
mentioned there's
overly
omen every-
impressed.
2.5
Hog gave up
times
on
more
it
common,
halfway into
Yeah, than every
Yes.
thing. So like you've got stuff like that. Like we certainly knew that we needed to do more with what crafting stuff, and so we're kind of like, well, let's just make sure we're at least adding 3 or 4 things, like new things to. And,
Every ritual will now have at least one omen in the window.
Amazing.
So you can know upon finishing a ritual, you're like, what is the omen I'm going to get, and
Yeah,
hope it's a good one. And
Love it.
maybe most often it's not, but
But yeah, the greater essences, obviously, the Varlorb thing makes it much more common. There's more sources of them with the map and everything like that. So that'll be happening more. And then, of course, there's the improvements to things like the runes. We've got higher level mods that you can get from them. There's like a ton more runes. There's like, we just wanted to expand the set, and having the kind of like, the niche mods that you can get and craft onto things, like it just needed more options. And it's sort of interesting because like some people say, oh, you don't have crafting in PoE 2 because we don't have a crafting bench, but it's like we actually have a huge number of crafting options, and the crafting being good kind of comes down to like how many of these kind of weird systems are there and how they can interact. But we just have to be really careful because you don't want to get to the point where ground items no longer matter. And I think PoE 1 kind of basically did get to that point for various reasons, where like people aren't caring about what's on the ground nearly as much. So we still want to make sure with every change we're making that they still use the ground stuff, that you're still excited for things on the ground, and so that's like a really careful balancing act because they do directly contravene each other. Like the better stuff you can craft, the less important the ground stuff is. So it's a really sort of subtle balancing act. But I think that the stuff we've added here will definitely push things in a way where you feel like there's more smart things that you can do to kind of improve your stuff.
Yeah, well, I think done right, and what you're doing is making sure that the ground items do matter.
And that's why we're not going to have super complicated crafting in this game. They want drops to matter, which means I really think there's going to be 2 or 3 things. It looks like they're really leaning into the ruins, and the talisman and sockets, that kind of stuff. I don't think they're going to go into big time, more deterministic. If they want drops to matter, then we need to be able to craft. But you just heard what he said. Like,
with each of these crafting
I gotta think
systems.
about that one.
Exactly.
You had that fundamental change where you can't just turn an item back into a white item. whenever you
Exactly,
want.
and that's very important. One of the biggest ones, I think, and that kind of then unlocks the ability to do more. And so the great thing about the socketables as a crafting system is that they don't compromise the ground at all, because they don't, they're on top of the stuff that you can
There
get
you
on the
go.
ground. So
Fuck.
that's very good. But when it comes to the kind of the base mods, we do want to retain, like, that an item has. We do want to retain, for the most part, the kind of thing of like that part of the item generation is random. It's just that, it's just that on top of that, you get the more deterministic things that you can add in addition to. And then when you do it that way, it works really well. So socketables work really well as a crafting system.
There you go.
Well, so on that topic, we've
God,
had this.
he said it.
Talking to you, it's like you're always saying to me that like this rune system is our crafting bench, but
Yes.
players don't keep asking for a bench anyway.
Right.
So obviously there's like a branding issue or a
100%.
functionality
So
gap
it
here.
is funny, because I was actually saying the other day that, like, if we had literally had that system be identical, except that the way it was themed was that there's a crafting bench you go to and craft extra mods on the items, like, which literally be functionally the same, I think, and required materials that are effectively the runes that you get. Like then I feel like people would be thinking that we've got a crafting bench.
hey,
But
what's up,
yeah,
Dust
ultimately
Reaver?
that is that the rune system, the socketables are
They
what
gave us
replaced the crafting bench
recombinators
in the PoE
because,
style
yeah.
crafting bench.
And I guess it must have also been like with that initial kind of output of them was just not as many options as
100%
what you
as
had
well. So that is
access
the issue,
to.
and that's because they were relatively late in development. So now we're just sort of expanding that, and we'll continue to add more socketables probably with every release, right? Like, we'll add more categories of them, or do different things. It's like expanding the kind of type of mods, because there is a thing where it's the more like, in the base mod pool for items, there can only be things that are really fundamental, and so anything that's kind of out there, we don't want to put in the base mod pool, because then you end up with this sort of situation where you get items and they've got random shit you don't care about. Like, the crafting
Yeah.
is where you want to have all of the kind of stuff that's like very build specific.
Yeah.
And so adding more mods to that pool so that you can do that is the right idea.
Why is it that you can't socket and rune some things, like non-attack weapons, for example?
Well,
It was more just a choice for asymmetry, where we just wanted
Yeah.
these things to feel different. There was also just like a little bit of a like, in the future, we'll add some system where we can do something else there. And so just not having everything be completely identical. Like, much like how, the quality on those weapons works differently, where it affects the skill as opposed to just, base damage.
I do think it is something that we should be probably looking into sooner rather than later, though.
Yeah.
Because, yeah.
Yeah, because the asymmetry things, it's good to have, like, not everything be super homogenous, but because we're talking about the importance of it being that extra layer of control over your items, which you just don't have if you're doing spellcaster.
Oh,
gear.
maybe we'll add an Arcanist's bench and theme it that way for the for
I-
those
okay,
ones.
all right. You forced my hand. I have to bring this up now. Can we get some sort of like cohesive, all-in-one bench for disenchanting, salvaging, selling for gold, Arcanist benching at endgame? I get in the campaign having these things be separate, but I like at endgame, it's
you don't
so
have-
much clicky.
You're not
busy
happy
work.
enough with them just being next to each other, putting them next to each other, and you know that?
No,
All right. Well, that's all right. I'll think about that one.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
I planted the seeds at least.
Yeah. Okay.
I've done my part.
Mark doesn't look too happy about
Mark's-
that.
There's ways. I like the sounds of that.
Well, at least for endgame. Like,
Yeah, that's
I,
what
I
figure,
do.
yeah.
I don't want the world to not feel like it makes sense.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But
Having it that you can just,
endgame,
like-
you've got your hideout where they're all
It would
like-
have to be a hideout related thing.
Yeah.
That makes sense. I mean, people are putting their NPCs within each other's personal space anyway, so
Yeah.
the law goes out the window at that
Yeah,
point.
for sure. For sure.
So we've also got Fractured, crafted via an orb from the cleansed monsters. How rare are those?
How do you quantify rarity like that? They drop from the monsters. I can't remember the exact number, but like, I think I was kind of saying like 1 per biome, which is the kind of total blob of cleansed monsters. But then that obviously does get affected by things like pack size and all
Yeah.
that on top of that.
Yeah.
So is that
and
like
then,
5 maps or something?
Well, it depends on how many of them you kill as corrupted.
Yeah,
Because
so-
because the ones you didn't
Yeah.
cleanse while you were getting to the Nexus, those are the ones that then become cleansed. So you kind of have to choose, like when you go into a biome, am I going to beeline straight for the Nexus and then cleanse everything, or am I going to just fight them all as corrupted to get the rewards from that? So you're kind of choosing one reward or the other based on what you decide to run.
Okay, so you can kind of leave the Nexus for last if you want to.
Yes, if you want to
use it to try and get more fractured orbs.
Well,
it's the other way around. Do Nexus first, then it cleanses all the maps, and then now you can get the most chance at fractured orbs, or you can fight them corrupted before going to the Nexus if you want to get the rewards that the corrupted maps have.
And we have for example, the corrupted bosses have their own uniques now.
Yeah, so you're gonna want that.
There's a bunch of new modifiers and how they. So there's like
Yeah.
random corrupted strongbox kind of things and all of that stuff. So
Clever.
you kind of really are like, I'm going to, have a look at the mods. I like
Are
this. I'm going
there-
to do this, then this, then this, then the Nexus, and then I'm going to do the rest cleansed.
Does the cleansed boss have its own uniques as well?
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay.
It does have, it guarantees a fractured orb though as well.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
So you can get the boss. Will
So and you'll display, if you hover over the map and it says like contains, I can't remember his name, then you run it and kill it, you will get a fractured orb. So at least you will know that will drop one.
Yeah.
Right. So with the fractured orbs being a way of fracturing, that's obviously super powerful for crafting. Are there any fractured items dropping pre-fractured? I quite liked that.
I think we went with no in the end.
Yeah,
we
not
were going to do
currently.
it, but then we decided not to. But we might do it later.
Yeah, so an extra add-on. Is there a particular reason for it or thought process for that?
There just kind of wasn't anything that really fit that exactly. I think.
I
At
like.
some point, you'll want some new thing to.
Yeah,
No, only
probably.
3
This-
of
this is-
Personally,
existing.
I would rather just drop more orbs, honestly, and let people choose how they want to use them.
Only 3.
I like it from the perspective of dropped items matter.
They
like, when
were-
you're
Yeah,
seeing
but
a
they
rare
kind
and
of
then you're
already
like,
do.
Warrior,
They
mercenary,
kind of
and
do
witch.
here anyway because
they do.
like
Are 3
because you
new
need that
ascendancies.
as the thing with the fracture.
makes
So it's
sense.
kind of not necessary, I think.
And of
There's
course,
other
the
little
hunters
subtle
came
things,
with
like
2.
for example, the cleansed monsters within cleansed maps can't drop equipment as a little thing. So they have much higher. Obviously, they're dropping things more like waystones, tablets, currency. They don't get to drop any of the armor or anything. So they're more like currency sources as like an interesting
Yeah,
subtle thing.
if you want more currency, then play cleansed.
Yeah, no worries. So half.
So we're gonna have a lot more essences, a lot
Half
more
of the
omens,
classes.
potentially
There's
ability to
6
get
now, and
fractured,
so 3 of them.
recombination with the new, more accessible at low and mid tier
Design
recombination.
4.0. Yeah.
This is yes, recombination's certainly undergone some changes. This is a huge leap forwards compared to 0.1's crafting.
For sure.
So was it just about that you had to establish that really like humble baseline for crafting so that you could then go crazy with it like this?
Honestly, I mean, look, on some level, it can just be, like you need an economy. You need to see how things evolve. We just don't want to do too much at once.
Did he
I mean,
say
although this may
huge?
seem like quite a lot. I mean,
It does,
but the thing is like, but in terms of the initial system, it's like if we'd have had all that at the start, I think that we wouldn't have been like, we'll put it this way: it is hard to take the stuff away, so that's why we have to be a little bit careful as we do this.
Yeah, I guess you needed to kind of assess the fundamental things like the no scours, the no
Yeah, 100%,
bolts and stuff like
100%.
that as well, because then you can have a better idea of how to build off that, which I'm super excited for. Crafting.
But of course, and if
actual
you know
crafting.
us, like more, there'll be more. There's always going to be more.
Oh yeah.
so.
Oh, you're gonna have a new craft for every league, right? That's how it is these days.
Oh, yes.
I expect a crafting system for every league. Thank
Yep,
you.
something like that.
That's somewhat actually our intention. So
yeah.
I love it. Love it. Perfect. So let's talk about Endgame then, because that had some humble origins as well with the initial implementation of PoE 2's Endgame. Obviously trying some new things, being a bit experimental, not necessarily just wanting to copy PoE 1's Endgame. But how far of your vision was 0.1's
Oh my God,
Endgame?
Nick.
Was it what
Well,
you want?
I would say that the main problem that we had is there wasn't enough overlapping axes of randomness, as we call them, where effectively you need to have it so that when you go into a map, there's just chances for random shit occurring, and then that random shit like might happen alongside some other random shit, and then now the thing together is like a new scenario. So I mean, effectively,
Random
like
shit squared.
yeah, exactly.
a lot
Right?
of
So
shit.
it's like if you look at what we actually added here in terms of like encounters, if you will, whatever that means to you, like we've added kind of more than 40, probably something approaching 50 encounters, and that's if you count things like each rogue exile is a separate one, and each spirit's a different one, and things like that, right? So those are the things. But the big difference between the ones we had before and the ones we have now is that most of these ones can overlap with other things. So you have a situation where you've got the Asmeri Wisp that like happens to infect the unique boss of the area, and then that leads to a combat situation that you haven't had to deal with before, or then like you've got some essence thing that or like, oh crap, the
this other wisp like caused the thing to turn into a boss that then it's just like it's all that stuff combining, or like what happens when this goes with a with a new strongbox, and it's like all that combining stuff, and that's what leads to the situation where you've got an exponential explosion of like possible combat situations, and then sometimes you just run into stuff that you've never seen before because of that, because of this combined in some interesting way. And that's something that definitely PoE 1 has got very well, because it's got so many of these things that have been added over time. And it's also something that we took care to make sure that each league specifically did. So what PoE 2 lacked was, I think, that. And so that will mean, I think, that the end game is overall just much more engaging. Now, obviously, we're going to be adding more content and more of the other stuff, but fundamentally, it's like it was specifically more of that type of stuff that we needed to do. And honestly, I don't think we've even got enough yet. Like, we want even more. We'll keep on adding that stuff, but it needed to become a focus. And I think part of the reason is that when we're first working on the end game, it's like we need to come up with the big ticket items, right? Like, what are the the league things and like the maps, and we need to come up with all that stuff. And so it's the little detail-y kind of things that kind of a little bit require a bit more like time and stuff to work on. Even though they're actually like
content is
relatively
I'll be right
to
back,
make.
guys.
Like, we can make a lot of them when we do actually sit down and design them, because they're like making a new strongbox. Like, sure, it's like it's work, but it doesn't take like that long, if you know what I mean. But it is. But it is that stuff that really adds all the flavor and kind of interest. So we'll just be continuing to do that through the game. And I mean, even yesterday we were having a conversation about like making it so more of the maps, even just like regular maps, have more interesting just little things that happen in them and stuff like that. Like more like what the campaign has.
Love that.
So we haven't like got there yet, but like through early access, we'll definitely be just like introducing more of those little details everywhere, so that you get the interesting things happening.
Yeah, so a bit like those exploration mechanics in campaigns.
100%, yeah, exactly. That's just, we just want to make sure that you feel that same way through the end game as well.
And with the leagues as well.
Yeah.
And like, there's really only so much randomness that can occur within a breach in a map, and so they will end up feeling ultra repetitive. Whereas, and again, in PoE 1, you had the boss that could spawn occasionally. You had 5 different factions, things like that. And it is very much our intention to expand on all the leagues, to have way more random things occurring, mini bosses spawning, whatever else. I have a whole set. I don't want to spoil them all yet, because that's a whole later thing. But definitely want to expand on all that. Even Expedition only has the one boss. It had 4 in the predecessor. Like, we need to get back to having all of that depth and all of combat and all of those mechanics, and it'll help hugely, while also making sure we're adding new ones, of course. But what we definitely have learned is that our minimum standard for new ones is going to it should include all of these things from the get-go.
Right.
Otherwise, we're just signing ourselves up for like, here's 1,000 things we need to improve. It'd be nice to actually get some of them finished. So that's going to be a goal going forward for sure.
But I think it's like, it is where our type of design shines, because like adding content is no longer a process of like, we work on a thing and then the players get to play, like it gets into a situation where like adding content has more value than just the content itself, because it adds to everything else too. And so that kind of makes it feel like the world gets like larger in much larger proportion than what you have. And so like, it's an n squared thing where like, the square of all the stuff we add. So that, like, basically it'll feel like it's ramping up in terms of interest as we add more content, rather than just feeling like you're just continuing like rather than every league feeling like you just add the same amount. It'll feel like it gets even bigger each time.
Yeah, like when you add Asmeri Wisps, that's not just about adding that. It interacts with all the other things that already exist that it can go ahead and affect. So that's tackling one of the, ultimately, I think the biggest things is just that like the core basic mapping of running an empty map was boring, and that's never what you want to be, obviously. So like some of the issues there, I guess, as well, that were exacerbated by that problem was the fact that the maps were so big and that there were so many of them. Obviously, that's getting a lot better with the maps themselves becoming much more interesting. But it seems like this corruption and cleansing mechanic is breaking up and giving you something to progress through as you move towards the next tower or next boss or next other mechanic. I mean, I guess there's always something on your screen that you're pushing towards, it looks like.
Well, we want to try and, like, honestly, I don't even think we're even quite there yet. Like, we really want to make it so that you feel like there's lots of quests, as it were, in endgame. Like, not necessarily directly in the form of, like, here is a quest objective, but, like, that you sort of have this feeling of, like, there's, like, different stuff that you're, like, that you feel like, there's a thing, like, exactly, right? You need to, ideally, like, every time you do one of those, it's like there's another one just on the horizon that you're thinking about. So, if we can achieve that, then we'll have succeeded. But yeah, it'll need to keep adding stuff, right? Like, just more and more things, because obviously, you need to have enough just core there to be able to get to the point of it doesn't feel like you're just repeating the same thing over and over again as well.
it seemed like this like explorable world map thing that you did for Endgame, being like looking like a physical actual map, was really wanting us to explore, but that wasn't really much of that. So you kind of
Yeah, well, I mean, ideally we can. It's just about content, really. At that point, you know, you just need to add more and more, and we'll keep on adding more. And this,
We'll
this
100% get more. Of it.
yeah, and 0 to 0, I think, goes a long way to improving that for sure.
So with the corruption mechanic now, you're going to see some corruption on the map, and you're going to want to go there because it's a system that you
Yeah,
can
yep,
interact with.
exactly.
And it's your skill points.
Yes.
Yes.
So you're unlocking
Atlas
skill
points.
points from that, which means you're unlocking more of the Atlas tree earlier on.
Your first Nexus, you have to run at a tier 1 map, and it will
Great.
drop 2 skill points. It'll give you your first two skill points.
Awesome.
And then you're like, all right, where's my next Nexus? That's where I'm going for my next 2. And then your next one, and you have to do them 1 tier higher every time. So the second one you got to do at tier 2 to get your skill points and so on and so forth.
It's not
And
just
that's it.
it's not just grind 10 maps.
Yeah, that was terrible.
good. I love it.
So yeah, it is very much like let's go and clear these corrupted Nexus, and then it's like, well, and there's the whole mechanic around it. But yeah, if you want to just like I want to get my points as fast as possible, just go Nexus to Nexus to Nexus and get as many as you can. And if you're like, oh, I can't see any Nexus, maybe go to a tower to reveal more, and then which you're doing way less frequently, mind you, thank goodness.
Yes.
But yeah, it's a lot more objective driven as opposed to just again random grind and random exploration. There's at least, and you should be seeing a pretty decent chunk of unique maps.
I was going to ask, yeah.
I call them
It's
unique
funny, yeah,
maps.
it's funny because I was pointing out to Mark the other day that the distinction between a unique map and a normal, like there is no distinction anymore. We shouldn't even look at it that way. Like it should be that every map is like unique in some sense.
There's not a unique
there's not a
system.
unique
we have
map.
an
Yeah, exactly.
we do have an icon for it because they are kind of in a different echelon.
Yeah.
But yes, technically, unique map is a name that's a holdover from Imperial
Yeah, because
One.
you can
Yeah.
use mods with them with Waystones anyway.
there's-
So it doesn't. There's no actual
Sure.
reason for a unique to be any different than a normal map.
You can craft
It's
it
just,
and enhance
it
and
really
juice
just
it.
it really just comes down to how rare they are relative
Yeah.
to other things, right? So
And how rare are they? How like
I mean,
maybe
again,
in
so hard to
terms of
explain.
player screen.
yeah. I mean, look, as I said, I think
How many
that
screens?
How many? I had the numbers. I just don't remember them.
Well, I mean, as I said, they should be common enough that you feel like there's always some kind of objective you're excited about on the screen,
it
right?
honestly more common than I was initially comfortable with, and then after trying it, I was like, okay, actually, this is like, this is reasonable. So
Yeah, I feel like you initially probably want them to be common enough that you're like almost getting tired of those map layouts, so then you're incentivized to add more.
The good thing is, by the way, by adding more here, we didn't just keep them the same commonality as the 2 that existed.
Yeah.
Like they are just more common. It's not like
Hey, what's up?
the reason. Part of the reason it wasn't as common before is because there was only 2, and
Yeah.
that would have just been repetitive and boring. One of the other restrictions is that like the Vault of Kamasa was restricted to the Val City biome, so to speak, and that was one of the Citadel biomes. That's like one of the rarest and latest,
Yes.
So it's like we've not only made that more common within that biome, but a lot of the new ones, in fact, all of the new ones aren't restricted to those city biomes, and thus they are appearing more frequently. And some of them are like, oh, you want deserts because they give you the essence map, or you want the mountain because they can give you this and that, So like, ideally, there's a little bit of just like you see the edge of a desert, and you're like, oh my god, please.
Yes. Okay. So that's what I was going to say. This like idea of exploration is like I felt there needed to be something biomes where like you're actually pushing into a biome because there's that one node that like affected your drop slightly, but obviously that's not much.
The one that was the Shattered Lakes, for example, as you can probably imagine, only spawns in the water biome. And so there's a little bit of like, and so does Untainted Paradise, and so does one other.
Nothing
So
new.
there are actually
Just smack
3
talk for 2 hours.
special maps that can spawn only in the water.
Good.
So go to the water.
And otherwise, how easy is it to find? You said there was an icon. Obviously, you kind of have an idea of what biomes. Is it like also something that's pretty visually
there's art there, yeah.
spottable on the map?
There's-
Yeah, so the
That
one we
looks
looked at with the
interesting.
one we looked at with the megaliths, which had all the storm and lightning. Well, on the map, it has a bunch of storm and lightning.
Cool.
So yes.
That's awesome. Cute. That's great. So we mentioned the Atlas passive tree, and you're seemingly, I think, you're getting better progression of that. But definitely an issue I had with it personally was that it felt very top heavy, both for the core one and also especially for the league mechanics, where like the league mechanics you don't get points until you kill the bosses, which to me feels like the end of it for most players.
That kind of was the original pitch of that, and I wouldn't say that's really changing here, but there is more we want to do with that. and I
He
think
dozed
that it could be
off?
made
Come
better,
on, no,
but,
he didn't.
0 to 0 isn't getting a change there to that side, but in terms of the actual core Atlas, it definitely is. You know, like you're getting that earlier. There's more. It's a bigger tree. There's more interesting stuff.
There's
You know.
subtle changes.
I want
to getting
video
them in
proof.
the sense that, like, for example, the difficulty 0 pinnacle bosses are
Yep.
way lower life.
Well, that's actually
now.
good. That's actually a very good point. So yes, difficulty 0 is now like half the life that it had before, and
because of like, but you feel way less character kind of because you probably anyway. The ultimate point being, yeah, you're certainly going to get those initial set of points easier than before. However, yeah, you are right. That something isn't quite right there still, and I do need to kind of explore.
we are going to do more with this like later. We've talked about this issue, but we didn't have time to do anything about it in 020 as much. But certainly by the end of early access, I think that system will probably look quite different.
Part of it also, as we were talking about before, adding all those extra bits of content to the leagues, it'll help give more interest to the trees and more nodes we can add to actually invest into. Because if you think about a breach, there's only so much you can actually modify right now. Right, there's a level of radius, speed, density of monsters, and additional things at the same time.
Maybe I'll do that when I get the rest of the level now.
Yes, that was pinnacle.
Yeah.
So it's not an issue really. Yeah.
It also is the nice thing of really just keeping like, there will be future parallel in-game systems.
Confirmed.
Yeah, no.
I know you want to do something like Delve.
Yes.
You're a fan. I mean, you made the end game look like Delve, so.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's been a long-term problem, and into
We've also smoothed the way the whole progression works. So we've actually the map drops are way less random now entirely. When you kill the last rare in a map, that has a it can affect it at T1. That is a 100% chance to drop another map of the same tier. And then as you go up the tiers, you can still sustain that using Waystone chance. So effectively, it's de-randomized that a lot. And then the way there are several ways that you can get upgrades. So in terms of like going up the tiers. So one of them is that when you kill a boss, that's a guaranteed +1 upgrade. Then of course you can still cube them up, 3-to-1 recipe to go up a level, or you can run it corrupted. And if you're running a corrupted map, then because it drops the same tier, that's like a sort of guaranteed. When I say corrupted, I mean the one that
Varlorb corrupting up
+1. That lets you do the run them the same level as well. So you've kind of got those 3 options, but it's much more intentional now. It's like if you're going up maps, it's like you're deciding, okay, this is a thing I am doing. You don't just kind of have that like it doesn't just happen. So it's kind of supposed to make the jump like. If you're just looking to sustain, you can do that, pretty much guaranteed. And unless you're dying more than the number of times you've got portals, which is obviously the thing now. Now that you can go through portals again,
I gotcha, Isaac.
Sustain is going to be a lot easier.
Ultimately, it's way less random, way more deterministic. And ultimately, you can, as long as you are able to do the not die all the time, you will sustain that tier forever.
Right.
Assuming you can roll enough, that high enough mod count, and there is a boss here, I'm going to go up a tier.
Yeah.
And you go for the boss, you kill the boss, you go up a tier.
And if you
and then you sustain that tier forever as long as you can do the difficulty. It's just very clean.
And if you're adding more mods, which you do need to be doing to continue to maintain 100% ability to go up tiers, and if you're doing that early, you're getting more maps than what other people are getting, which means you can do the cubing as well. Like it's just kind of like it just much more effectively gets the thing where good players can advance at the right speed, normal players don't fall off the bottom of the curve. It kind of solves all those issues without, but also you're not going to have just
You're excited to try out the changes. Awesome, man.
Waystones that you don't
Hope
need.
all is well, bro.
As well. So
and just no, it does. There are still you can get to the highest tiers relatively quickly. You have to prove you're good enough, your character's good enough, but if you're doing it, you get there, right? It's pretty quick, and you can take it at your own leisure as well, and that's completely fine. So it's not like, oh, we've made it way longer to get to tier 15. Like, none of that is really the case. It's just that before you could luck into getting to tier 15 quickly, with some level of, biasing the luck, of course. Or you could just be like, what the heck, I'm like constantly running out and have a really bad time.
Right.
And so now it's just way, way more like predictable, and honestly, it probably has way more of an impact on the sustain problem, which we didn't really, which we talked about, which is the respawning. I would argue this thing has like way, way, way more impact on map sustain than the respawning does. I mean, obviously if they're paired, then they relate.
You need both because because
the thing I don't like is when you're running a tier 12, tier 13 map, and you get a tier 6 map. Like that should never happen.
The guaranteed drop comes from the final rare, so if you were just dying, you would never get it. So the respawning is necessary in order to make it so that that's going to happen for players who and obviously as it gets more difficult, and you get less portals, you start to get to the point where you're going to run into trouble. But
that won't happen in the patch.
Up into the top and sustain very well.
Yep.
You mentioned the idea of maps dropping magic by default.
Yes.
Is that something you're still doing, or
I believe it is. But no, actually, wait. But there wasn't a concern about that, which I wanted
With
to talk to you
Alps.
about later.
Oh,
which
well,
is
maybe,
the-
maybe not.
Yeah, we'll talk about that later because the concern was raised that I think is valid. So yeah, we were going to make it so that maps drop magic and above, but there might be issues, so we'll discuss that later on.
Well,
non-decided?
Yeah,
undecided. Yeah.
Undecided, yeah.
You thought it was decided. I just
Got a week left.
Yeah, we've got a week left. It's fine.
Still figuring. It sounds like much more deterministic progression
But
if
yes,
you're
that's
able to
the main
prove
thing.
the power that you have.
That's
Well,
the main
it
thing.
just should be, am I strong enough to do this? Yes, I can do it.
Right.
Not, am I lucky enough to do this, and
Yeah.
am I strong enough to do this?
Great.
One of those axes, get out of here.
Love it.
Apparently they did. If you kill the
so we've
elite,
got
it's going to
rogue
give you a
exiles
map
populating the maps now. How
plus
common are
one.
these guys, especially with unique, since you get their
Guaranteed.
unique guaranteed? I love that. The whole
It's 1 in 8%, 1 in 12.5 to start with, but of course Atlas Tree be Atlas Tree. So you can spec into that. And
is there like a map modifier for that or something to guarantee it? Or something
there
like that?
are.
What I'm
I
worried
think in
about
this
is
case,
that
this one is the exception where
they did increase waystone drop rates because as you go higher in tiers, the waystone pool to draw from gets smaller. I can't wait to get the patch notes.
that you can get normally
That's all I
guaranteed
can
of the
say.
other things. We wanted the exiles to be one that you can't just guarantee all the time.
I wanna see it in writing.
Always have uniques.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But when they do, they're using them. The AI is very cool, like how it works.
I mean,
with
they can
them.
have
nuts.
0, 1, 2. I mean,
Yeah.
there's nothing stopping them from having uniques in every slot.
What?
But like, it
I mean,
is.
there's a chance that that would be.
It is
incredibly low.
absurdly rare.
I assume it's
Yeah.
just roll per slot, basically, right?
Yeah, it is roll
it's
per
roll per
slot,
slot.
yeah.
So
Yeah.
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 So if you're a
But
two
you
talking
might have a
like
line
one
of
to
fraction
nine
of
is
a fraction of a
removed.
percent,
Yeah,
for, like
exactly.
all of them, but still like 5 or something like that. Yeah.
you can have them.
But they have quite a lot, like, because they're a player, the assumption is that their other gear is also relatively good, so they do generally drop more biased towards dropping higher tier rares and stuff like that.
Yeah,
so.
they doing that like full set of items because
Yep,
you've killed a player.
yep.
Cool, I like that. I always love that little thing. And I feel like it's even more important here in PoE2, so
Right.
that's awesome. Bet just some of those will
Yeah.
be unique, maybe.
We wanted them to be less common than the other content, but like way more exhilarating when you find them.
Yeah.
But of course, again, you can speak into them at the cost of other things. That's your choice.
Cool. Is there going to be some sort of like warning that they're coming, or are you going to know they're in the map ahead of time, or are you just going to get ambushed by these guys? Leaf zone from off
You
screen.
won't know they're in the map ahead of time, much like anything random you run into.
But they talk though, and they'll say something before they.
They monologue before they murder
They
you.
do.
Don't know if
yes.
I'd go to quite the level of
Again,
monologue.
when I said
but
some
sure.
when I said some insult you, I'm not joking. Like some do literally insult you, and I believe one of the monks is a pacifist, and he's like, I don't want to do this. Don't force my hand. He'll do it anyway. But,
I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm just.
I
you're
like
just
the
like
rogue
running away.
exile.
Yeah,
He's like,
exactly.
don't make me
Don't
do
force my
this.
hand. Yeah, exactly.
well, look, you can just run away. You know. I really like the here's an occasional spike in difficulty, and again, it's important that they are relatively rare for that reason as well. But I do want it to be when you find one, you are very excited to kill it, and of course, even though they portal out, you still have your number of portals you have. So unless you're running like a full 6 modded Waystone, just get back in there and he's gone, but or whatever, you've lost your uniques or non-uniques, whatever they had, but either way, just move on, you know.
I mean, you guys were somewhat forgiving with this. You didn't make it so that they take your items.
Yes, that would have been good.
That's an event. At some
Don't
point
give me that
perhaps.
idea.
That's maybe a 1 week event or something in the future.
It'd be
And
pretty
it's
easy to do.
Just take one of your items.
What happens if you're running a rare map, an exile comes in, kills you? You're done. No more portals. Wow. Yeah, even more reason why the worst case scenario is 2 portals. Hey, Mike, what do I think? I think there's some good stuff here, but I still think there's still some core things that need to be addressed. But I'm looking forward to playing it. I just, to make a football reference, I just wanted them to move the ball further down the line, further down the field. And they moved down the field, but not as much as I thought they were, if that makes any sense. And you lose XP. Yeah, Good point, Nex. How you doing, Mike?
And then you got a nemesis system where you can find him and try and get it back in the future.
And you had the Tame Rogue Exile gem.
I don't tame's the right word.
Higher
exile.
You run up and you can quickly be like,
You didn't get the first.
take 1,000,000 gold.
Just give him a little snack. Like, yeah, you want to follow me?
I mean, to be fair, that would be a fun system.
It actually would. That's actually not a bad
Running
idea.
up and just being like, hey, I'm here, give me 100,000 gold and I'll be your ally. Is kind of
I know you've
Come
tinkered with the idea of a hireling system at points
Yeah,
in the
well,
past, so now you've got your mercenary hireling system, right? Rogue Exiles. You recruit the one with good uniques.
We'll see. We'll see.
Going down a little bit of a rabbit hole here.
Yeah.
So we did have some League mechanics come over from Path of Exile 1 to Path of Exile 2. You're going to be looking to port more over. Are you going to be doing some unique ones that we haven't seen before?
I mean, we're definitely going to be doing more unique ones that are, that are just completely different outside of what we've done in PoE 1.
Thank
absolutely.
God. Where is it?
But I mean, I think that like sort of the hope in the long term is that each, like, as we kind of get, past the end of early access and as we're sort of, just going out, that each time we do something, we're both adding a completely new League mechanic, but also potentially bring something back as well, kind of like as another additional kind of like, here's another fun thing. So that's probably sort of what I imagine will happen. But it kind of really is case by case. Like some things we don't want to bring back, some things we do, like, and my opinion can change on a dime as well. Like if someone suggests like a new way to interpret something, then I might be like, oh, actually that is great. So, it honestly, people assume that we have a full plan of literally everything, but it's like in reality, it's like it's very much responsive to like what's happening and like the actual plan relates to the things that like are definitely happening. Right? You're talking acts, you're talking classes, you're talking like all that stuff is like definitely like that's happening. It takes a long time to produce. It happens in the background. You've got outsources, armies of people kind of working on that stuff, and then all the kind of like more incidentally stuff is very much like, oh, let's do something cool, let's just make this, why do we do this, and we don't have a I don't have a plan for the next 12 strong boxes. It's just just come up with an idea and like that's cool. Just a fun little project for a designer to work on.
How do you feel like some of the ones that were, I felt somewhat definitively part of Exile 1 in terms of clear speed, like Breach, for example, have settled into PoE 2? Do you feel like they're in a good spot, or were they a good idea to bring over to the game?
Look, I think Breach is. I mean, look, Breach is fun, right? I certainly wouldn't want to remove it. I don't know about like. I mean, there's probably been some balance changes.
I mean, it was spawning too many.
It has.
Yeah, let's just say that without a doubt.
It's much better now to PoE 2 standards. Yeah.
It's like currently on PoE 2, it's just too out of control. It just needs to chill.
Right.
There was a little bit of an assumption made where it was just like, well, you'll get overwhelmed by monsters and it's more a matter of survive as long as you can. And then, of course, because you get self-propagating Herald builds that are just literally can kill anything.
Which, by the
in
way,
every
Heralds
direction.
don't self-propagate anymore.
Just get
that out of the way right now.
The power of the characters kind of
yeah.
distorted the league balance
Yeah.
in a way where it's like we have to make some changes. So yes,
Yeah.
like it's coming down a bit.
I think we saw that.
sure.
There you go.
Yeah, well, 100%. I mean, look, there's a lot of things that people will say they saw coming, but it certainly does end up being the case that like the patch notes are, so by the way, we aren't releasing them at the end of this live stream. We're going to be releasing them next week, but they are going to feel like a bit of a nerf fest for sure because like there's a lot of things that needed to get.
Let's talk balance.
Yeah. All right.
My
Settle in here.
expectations and anticipations are that this first one is going to be an absolute wrecking ball of chaos and carnage, and see where things land.
Yeah.
But then maybe over time it'll become a sledgehammer, and then like a fine carpenter hammer.
Sure, that definitely should be the case.
As I said earlier, it's like 10,000 things will change this time. 5,000 things will change next time. Then hopefully we can halve it every single time.
People should really be going in with the expectation that like nothing they knew about how the game was balanced before is the same. Just forget everything you know. Like exactly. So basically we'll that kind of just means that like everyone who's finding builds like do it again. Like you are going to find more shit that is like outrageously broken again, but it is not going to be the same shit that was broken before.
Attribute stacking, get out of here.
Yeah, exactly. yeah. So I mean, it's the hope is though that yes, you're right. It'll stabilize to the point, and like it will take time, but we will get to the point where we no longer have things that are easy to become outrageous with. right? Like the idea is like it shouldn't be that you can just slap a combination of supports together and then like you're just like destroying pinnacles in 14 seconds. You know, like it should be that.
14's a long time.
Yeah, okay, sure. But
You mean 14? That sounds like terrible.
Yeah,
Build. That's not even on PoE.
yeah, no,
Ninja.
but that's what I'm saying is with no items, right? But anyway, so the point is that like the first time you fight a pinnacle, it should be a bit of a fight. But then of course you do get back to the ability after, you know, like when like kind of like continuing to expand, like continue to develop your character post pinnacle to the point of being able to annihilate them in seconds.
Yeah.
But it's just like that has to be earned. It can't just be that like just a combination of supports that you can get trivially will do that.
Or like a common unique, you know, and then that's it.
Yeah, exactly,
you know,
right? So,
yeah.
but it can be. But once again, but if you get Temporalis, you know, it's like, well, now, you know, like now you've
Now
got
you're
some
zooming.
you've got some shit going on. But it really has to be that, you know, there is an economic factor involved in becoming ridiculous.
Yes.
And so it's when that's not the case that we have a problem that we need to hit shit with a big giant balance sledgehammer.
Yeah, so originally I was going to come in and like ask about all the specific things, but we can just assume that like it's not going to be chaos. So
Yeah.
I like the idea instead of focusing on kind of like your core. What are you aiming for? What are your goals? What are your metrics? So a number of like damage / how fast you kill a pinnacle boss.
Yeah.
That you're aiming for, and then how much players can exceed that, and you're like,
Yeah. So it really should be that you're not killing, as I said, not killing pinnacle bosses that fast at the moment. Like a good sort of benchmark for like just a guy walks in and like has kind of got something that's like not stupid, but also like not like doing something, you know, like not crazy. And we kind of imagine that they should have about 50k DPS doing something like that. But at the same time, anything up to 500k DPS is
10 times,
you know,
is fine.
is also okay. And well, that'll take you from taking a 3-minute fight down to like a 20-second fight. Like, you know, that's your range of like potentially acceptable
Yeah.
kind of things going on. But if you're doing above that, then you're in like we're probably going to nerf you territory at some point. So that's kind of like the thing. Now, it's worth mentioning that like we've lowered like the life of pinnacle bosses to get that to be right, and sort of things like the difference between a T15 boss and a pinnacle boss was just way too much. So that has been that's been sorted out. Like it's things like that we just need to sort of get things in the right place here. So that's a sort of expectation. Now, obviously, people are going to still find ways to get 10 million DPS somehow, I'm sure, even though we're like nerfing.
That's
many
always going to
things.
be the case. Never going to get rid
the
of
thing
that.
I think that when we're talking about nerfs and how we want to do, my key thing that I want to try and achieve always is that whenever we're nerfing something, we're only nerfing the thing that was particularly like we're nerfing as little as possible to make it so that the average Joe who works in and just tries to do stuff is not getting affected by it.
Yeah.
Like it should only be the like ridiculously broken synergy thing that kind of like has some way of dealing with it that's actually affected by this. And I'm struggling to think of an example off the top of my head. Maybe you've got some of like, you know, a way that a targeted nerf that kind of like.
I mean, like say lightning conduit, you're not going to reduce the base damage of it because someone's able to hit for 150 million with one hit from it. Like that comes from the compounding like top end levels of exposure, stacking, conductivity, and more so shock effect, right? So it's more about like take away from the shock effect scaling side of things there and increase the base damage even, you know, like do changes like that where it's like for an average person it's now better, and for someone who is absolutely abusing's not the right word because like they're doing the right thing technically by their standards, that are using all those extreme factors, you know, bring those down a little bit, keep those regulated, and like it'll increase the average user's experience while narrowing, you know, bringing this down and bringing this ideally up a little bit in a lot of cases.
I like the idea that I felt it's somewhat reassuring to hear that there was actually kind of like a math here. Like ultimately you're saying bosses have X amount of hit points. It has 500k hit points, and so we expect players around 50. Yes.
Right.
So that's a clear number. Like we know that. Oh yeah, and we're okay with you killing that like 10 times faster than we expect.
Right.
But it's when you get it down to 1 second.
Exactly.
Then we're
10,
like,
10 times is fine, right?
And the problem with the more DPS you have, it is now I have to dodge less.
Yeah.
I get more crowd control.
There's a snowball.
You know, it is. It really is. So you're always going to be incentivized to do that, and you get to this weird thing where now it's just like okay, well, I think you after a while was like, I haven't actually seen a Pinnacle boss fight that lasted more than 2 seconds.
That was really sad to me. Probably the saddest thing about the early access launch to me was seeing the first Pinnacle boss fight, and it just like, and it's like, oh, you know, like it's like nobody had to care about the mechanics. The first time
I gave
was
it so
fought.
many skills.
Exactly, right? Like there were so many skills and all these things, and it's like none of it mattered. It's like that's sad.
Yeah.
So yeah, we ideally was in a situation. Now I hope that doesn't happen again, but honestly, it's probably wishful thinking.
As I said,
yeah.
10,000 things before, there's still going to be
there's still going to be
many
more, and it will
thousand.
happen every time, and
It's-
people will find stuff, and
Look, this again, by the end of early access, I want to say we're going to be in a real fucking good spot with this in a way that is not going to have so much abusive stuff, and getting rid of that whole I feel like I have to play X. Like,
Yes,
it is
that,
very
100%.
demoralizing to players
Yes.
when they
Yeah.
played their thing
Yes.
and all of a sudden something comes out and they're like, oh.
Yeah.
I
And
gotta
so
change over to this.
the way you will know that we're successful is because you get more diversity in classes.
Yeah.
Because it means that there's no longer the thing that everyone has to play because it's easy to be
I mean,
successful.
you definitely saw that where it's like
Yeah.
the comments of any build guide. It's like, oh, another Archmage build. Oh,
Exactly.
it's just Heralds again.
Exactly.
Yeah,
It's like
but
this isn't even a build. This
go-
is just Herald again.
You go look at like what are all crossbow people playing, and crossbows is
Herald.
actually the least used weapon type, and so you specifically start there, and you're like, okay, well here's a bunch of people using these skills: hand of wisdom in action, hand of wisdom in action, hand of
Oh, yeah.
wisdom. Okay, well never mind. The crossbows are relevant, right?
Yeah.
Like-
even without stat stacking, it's still better.
Yeah,
than
and
the
it's
Warriors,
like,
so-
okay, well, you know, obviously take some away from there, and then it's like, okay, well, what are you left with? Well, you're still left with probably crossbows are bad. So, what do you have to do? And it's like, you know, crossbows now, for example, just a quick change is like instead of using one-handed damage mods for added damage, they use two-handed and their base damage, and then all the skills now have a higher growth per level because they scale with other external factors like attack speed less because they have the reload time. So lots of everything else that had out of control multiplicative thing, so it should get less damage per level. And this was in PoE 1 going, you're going to scale more.
we'll get more damage. 'Cause that's
Yeah,
what it
that should
does.
be the case. But I mean, even as well, like when we're looking at things like I sort of mentioned it vaguely before, but like I'm trying to make sure, like we are trying to make sure that like the combos
Well, they
that
have to
work
address
early
it
game still
next.
work
Energy
late game,
shield is-
which is kind of another important element of that too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Huntress
Crossbow's
is
been
meh.
buffed a lot, and I also heard the other thing that was definitely getting a lot of buffs is Warrior as well.
I mean, we'll see how that looks. I mean,
everything and everything
yeah.
up and everything down.
Yeah.
It's so hard to
Yeah,
even
yeah.
like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's so hard to have like a cohesive message with a single like this.
You want to read so everything up, some things up, everything else down. So the warrior walked away healthy here. Everything else was knocked down. Except the witch.
Class is better.
Yeah.
Because it's just, I mean, it's easy for mercenary skills or for crossbow skills because
Yeah.
I can look at those numbers and just be like, okay, everything's clearly higher.
Yeah.
But then in others, it's like it's
Well,
it's
that's
too
the thing
easy
with
to
Warriors.
say.
Like Warrior was like in many cases there was a lot of things that it was actually not bad.
Yeah.
Like it was good in many ways.
But then it didn't have anything that was outrageously broken like how the other classes did. in
yeah,
the same
and it
way.
didn't gel with all players in many ways as well.
I mean, we've also done balance changes on literally every ascendancy class as well.
Yep.
Hmm.
You know,
Chaos.
Pathfinder has like 2 extra notables and some changes. You've got a new notable on Chronomancer. You've got a changes to like Chrono was way too much utility stuff. Like where's just my like good thing, So like you got like a good
Where's my
thing.
bonk node?
Yeah, less niche, more something. And then we've just done that on every single class. We've upped a lot of the undertaken or bad things, and we've downed a lot of the really good, powerful things that were over the top. So
this is why we've gone back to the more conventional patch note cycle of a couple of days beforehand, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, look, absolutely.
Like, if they were ready, you would have them. They're not ready because we're not finished, right? Like, and giving someone half the balance changes doesn't allow them to even make educated decisions on what.
It doesn't under the mistaken illusion that you'll.
This thing got nerfed. It's like okay, but you're linking just 2 things. You're not linking all of the other things.
You have to do it again, at least from a balance perspective.
Yeah.
Second, I mean, a lot of people maybe made multiple characters, but for a lot of people,
That lever skip with the portal, oof, beautiful. It's my favorite. On the slightly bigger picture as well, like life and armor versus energy shields. Are you happy with kind of where either of those are at, or what do you kind of hope to achieve with them?
energy shield certainly. I mean, primarily due to Grim Feast. And like mana stacking being a little bit out of control that's been too strong and more the inside of defense for sure. Expect some pretty drastic changes there. As
There you
for
go.
armor, well, it's one of those like accuracy kind of things, right? Where it's like or dexterity and like where it's like honestly, our next point with that is honestly just to get in a room and just be like, all right, let's pretend it didn't exist and we were coming up with the game from scratch, and we're like, okay, we have strength. What would we want the ideal defense to be? And honestly, it might even extend further than that. And really just see, firstly, to make sure we end up, if we don't end up at the same point, to make sure we end up as better. Maybe we do end up at the same point and we do just go, okay, here are some other changes that we need to make around physical damage in particular, or something like that. But it's one of those things where at this point we just need to like review it from literally back to basics and see where we end up, because it might be something completely different, but like
Wow.
it might also end up being relatively
didn't
the
even
same,
look
and maybe
at
it was
armor.
the better answer. But either way, it's worth the discussion, worth the time, because it's. I wouldn't say we're happy with it, and I wouldn't say we're necessarily like all the way unhappy with it, but it's there's something not quite right going on for sure.
You're still fundamentally questioning some of these things and willing to go back to the drawing board on them, which is quite interesting.
Well, 100%.
And this is the time to do it.
We drastically
it's
changed
called
how
game
evasion
development.
works, and I would say it's for the better, and we should be exploring that with everything, and so we just need to do that process still. That being said, as we make things more like the shield block better, as we buff the ascendancies or nerf them in on the other defensive arcs, things like armor will become better. But again, it's not quite right, but I don't have enough information to say.
Hey, what's up,
what
Izoling?
it will look like in the future.
Plenty of content to keep people busy. Yeah, they added a lot of stuff.
So let's talk about recovery as well, because that's another big thing. I remember early on ExileCon discussions about the importance of limited recovery in making combat matter, so that you could have situations where you're attritioned or where like the hit that you took.
They
matters from the
literally
next hit
just
that you take,
admitted
just back
they
up
haven't
and
even
forth.
looked at it.
But it's pretty good in
Wow.
boss fights, honestly. I feel like recovery is somewhat limited. That still happens a bit, but certainly in clearing, you have access to tons of recovery with cannibalism and things like that.
It's certainly out of control, and it's a little bit of, again, partly due to the fact that kill speed and clear speed just was way higher than we had expected and what we balanced around. And because if we were balancing around what people are currently doing with the upper echelons of builds, you'd have to have effectively every average player and average build just could be it would be useless for them. Now, there are ways around that, of course, but part of it is like a lot of the recovery mechanics, like if you're talking about things like on kill and based on damage dealt, it is a rich get richer problem. And so, yes, there are cases that are problematic, and then there are just characters that are too strong. And there's a little bit of both going on. I wouldn't say we've targeted any recovery specifically here, really.
Okay.
It's not been a main goal. I'm not going to say that there aren't little bits changed here and there, but it's more about, we've really made sure to just... It's kind of hard to say exactly what we've done because, again, this is probably a thing we're going to have to look at next time because there are so many changes that it is hard to even, understand how this is going to fit into
Once
all
the
of that
dust
now.
clears, you might be able to see how recovery's looking.
100%. Like, we're at the point where we do need a little bit of like, all right, we need another round of testing for this because, and again, I'm going to stress it is actually impossible for the amount of changes for us internally to be able to be certain or test all of this.
Yeah, but the vision is still that idea of like more stricter recovery or less powerful recovery than what.
Well, it shouldn't certainly be like here's one little piece and now it's fully solved, right? Like having heaps of recovery should be something you can achieve, but it should require a decent amount of investment or high tier item itemization, right? Like for sure
That's a
it
good
should
summary.
be possible. It just shouldn't be trivial.
Yeah. So, and on that note, then, for like vision, what's your vision of what Path of Exile 2 is supposed to be? Because I think some people are still like unsure about, is it supposed to be just kind of more like Path of Exile 1, a faster game, or is it supposed to be a slower game, a
They
much
already
more
said,
different thing?
completely
Like,
different.
This is a hard thing to communicate,
Yeah,
but it gets asked a lot, and I feel like people are still a bit unsure.
It's funny though because like once again it's not, I don't view it as just a pure speed question. It's about like, is the combat engaging and fun?
Yeah.
And also, are you getting to the point where you never get to engage with bosses? Like if you're never if the first time you fight a boss you just destroy it without seeing any of its mechanics, then that's a problem. And it doesn't really say anything about the pace of combat. Like if you look at some of the Huntress stuff we've got there, like it's incredibly fast paced when it comes to like dashing around and stuff, but you still have to engage with things, and that's the key element for us. So like obviously players want to get ridiculously powerful, and we still want to let them get ridiculously powerful. It just has to be earned. It has to be like after a certain point, and like after you like once you have finished your character, once you've sort of done everything, then yeah, you should be just like, you know, like crazy and like beyond the point of all reason. It's just that you have to earn it. You have to get there, right? And like that's the power growth thing. That's like it's really hard to sort of just like smoothen that out across the whole game, but like that's ultimately the goal, right? You have to kind of get to the point of like that. You constantly feel you're getting stronger. You always feel like the next, like, oh, I got this, and now I'm better, and now I'm better, and now I'm better, and you keep on going. And you have to scale that all the way to the end, because the moment that you get to the point where you're just trivializing everything too early, it's like, well, the rest of the game just becomes boring after that point, right? It has to be that, you know, there's the level of that you still have to get.
And so kind of based on that earlier discussions about like damage and boss time to kill and things like that, it sounds like the time where you want that to be starting to taper off, like the players can start to cheat that a bit, is after they've done pinnacle bosses.
Well, you should feel that way multiple times throughout the game. But then later you still then get to a new level of challenge that still requires you to engage again. Like if we're doing our job correctly, it's like you reach a point of feeling like you're a god, and then you're like, oh shit, but there's new god-like shit above me that then makes me have to then do
I have to find the uber gods.
Exactly, right. So like, you have to keep on with that train. And it's actually really hard to take you back from feeling like, oh, I'm all powerful, back down to like I'm feeling, you know. And so you have to kind of get that in there as you
want
go
that
out.
Dragon Ball anime arc.
Yeah, for sure,
right?
You know,
there's always a new level of Super Saiyan after the previous one.
Exactly, right? That's what you have to be able to do. And so yeah, it's just smoothly taking you up that power level curve, you know, all the way to the end.
Yeah, so I think like when it comes down to things like movement speed when clearing, it's about like if you're able to just ignore everything because you're moving so fast.
Yeah, exactly. If you're able to ignore everything, then you obviously you will move really fast. If you're not able to ignore everything, suddenly your clear speed is like not as big of a thing. So long as there are still things that are challenging you, as long as you reach the next tier and like everything's harder again, then you're good.
I feel like a point of the difficulty here between the communication of this with you guys and some of the people in the community is that I feel like you're not really looking at it in terms of PoE 1 versus 2. You're just trying to answer that question specifically. Yeah. So it's not really about like it being like PoE 1 or 2.
Exactly, right? It's just about making the combat good.
It's either the combat is fun or it isn't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there's a sort of spectrum of
They
stuff
want
there,
the
but I'd
combat
say
to be more engaging.
You want to be able to engage with the boss. You want to be able to fight its mechanics and do its skills.
And the story.
You want to feel like you can overcome those over time and get better. And you want to engage with monsters. And you want... And yeah, there's probably some people who are like, no, I don't. I want to just press a button and loot drops on the ground, and I don't have to look or do anything. And
well, so that's an interesting point. Is there's this let's say the quote unquote mythical average build is are they able to switch their brain off and watch Netflix on a second monitor? Only if they're doing like maps 3 levels under what they should be doing.
Yeah, but players just want to blast it to grind to lose.
I mean, once you're at your tier of godhood.
Yeah, but I actually want to address that because, like, okay, so I'm watching. Well, okay, right now I'm watching Deep Space Nine, funnily enough, but you know, I'm watching Deep Space Nine as I'm playing, as I'm testing the game, right? It's like you develop a muscle memory, and that muscle memory can include using multiple skills and doing like multiple things, and that's still to me more engaging than just holding down a button, you know?
So you're saying this like watching things on the secondary thing isn't about the game being easy; it's just a skill issue. You need to get
I wouldn't say that. I'm just saying that your muscle memory can develop from more than just using a single skill. You just, you know, like and we've always sort of said that there's this thing where like, okay, sometimes you pause the show, right? Sometimes that happens because you come to a thing that's
this is an update to the classic, you know, second monitor.
I love how
Netflix
the friggin' watching something on the second screen has become such a
I
fundamental
know,
part
it's just,
of
the community's just grabbed it and it's become a thing forever. But it's been updated now. Like this is the update. You want them to have to pause sometimes.
It was a philosophy set for a different
because I feel like I've said that 10 years ago about how like sometimes you get the spike in difficulty.
It'll
like,
haunt you forever.
You know, like now you have to do this. But yeah, I guess that turns into pause the video at this point. But yeah, but no, look, if I play this way as well, right? Like it's not like I'm, you know, like once you get to a certain point, it's like, you know, obviously you're going to want to, you know, the music, you've heard it lots of times, you know, like you want to have something else going on. That's fine. But I still think that there needs to be the ability to have, you know, to have something engaging from time to time that you have to deal with. So yeah.
It's always been a bit of a silly thing because you've got so much element of choose your own difficulty.
Yeah, but next
well, right?
PoE 2 is
but I mean, but look,
supposed to be quality over quantity when it comes to drops.
That's true.
So that's why you do need a level of economic gating to make it so that like, you can't go too far with difficulty without you know, without having to prove the economic stuff on some level, so that you can.
Yeah, you're dying and losing the map.
Exactly, you're dying and losing the map. So yeah, that we have to think. Like all that map sustain stuff is so tricky for that.
When's
reason.
that happening?
Exactly right. Yeah.
Well, it sounds like some big advancements in that regards. So I've got some kind of random tail questions here. Are you planning in the future on, I don't think it's probably happening this time around, but on changing campaign pacing at all? Like, I feel like some of the zones are probably a bit too large and a bit too empty.
I mean, that's more about adding more stuff to them than it is about making them smaller.
Yeah.
Like, there's still a lot more events in campaign that we haven't added yet that
Yep.
still need doing. There's like big lists of things that we never got time to do. So we'll keep on getting to those.
The
and
Okay,
argument
so
there,
Act
which
3 is
I
not
do believe
getting
in, is that
reduced.
The area should be able to be large if it has enough interesting things. The
Right.
frequency of interesting things is high or
I mean,
consistent.
the size of an area is completely right. Like, imagine there were no load screens. You just walked from place to place. Like, you wouldn't be thinking about area size exactly. It's just, is the density of interest enough? The fact that there happens to be a load screen between one place and the other is not really the relevant
long
element.
is directly proportional to interesting.
Yeah, exactly, right? So to me,
one thing we do need to obviously do, and we have done in some areas, is just making sure that if it is a large area, it's not just interesting things to find as well. It's also making sure there's enough monster variety that way it's not just so repetitive.
Exactly.
Yeah, where you've got like almost different biomes. In
There
some
are
areas.
some where I would say the area is large enough, or you're in there long enough such that there isn't enough monster variance, and so it just gets a bit repetitive.
But it's completely true that anytime someone says, "Oh, this area is too large," I'm like, "Well, okay, so what monsters are we changing? What events are we adding? That kind of stuff, right? Because that's the way that you change it around. Like, there are areas that are very large that no one complains about because they're stuff.
They got a
fine
lot-
and
they got a
fun
lot
There's
of
things
things
also
and
and
stuff
like
going
there are
on.
good. I don't know how many people going to play this or how many people stop playing before 011, but it's worth noting again. Like, areas have like the fast travel thing now as well
Yeah.
to
It's certainly a big
between
help.
checkpoints, and there's some of that stuff which I'm hoping again when people start playing from scratch they get to see a lot of the improvements we did before as
Yes.
well, and see how they feel
And
about
it's
it again.
worth mentioning through campaign, we've got both the wisps and there's also strong boxes as
Area
well.
size matters
campaign,
when you
they
make.
feel a little bit different.
You have to
there's just-
backtrack
it-
5
as
minutes
you play through,
because
you'll
you
certainly
missed
find
that
some
one
things you
boss in
wouldn't
a
have
corner
tried.
somewhere in
Shrines,
St. Clair
yeah,
map.
yeah.
The what?
Well, apparently this
Shrines
is,
have them
you
actually
know,
in the
that's why they
campaign,
have the
so-
portals now.
Cool.
I think art wasn't quite done right, or something like that. Yeah.
Well, yeah, it might be a bit weird. The ones in the end game it works a little bit better.
Be after release, but-
It'll certainly be shortly after.
But also, like, every time
Awesome.
we do like that, we're expecting people to play through again. Like, we'll probably tweak like which content spawns in different areas, and just like fiddle around a bit so that then you play it just feels a bit fresh and things going on there.
Yeah, you kind of got me there. I feel like each of the zones I'm trying to think of that like feel like they're way too big is like they're also just coincidentally empty.
Yes.
So I guess that is maybe
Well,
perhaps
it's,
more the
it's a
issue.
prob- it's the exact same problem happens in maps, by the way.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, we talked about that. Like
Yep,
the
exact
boring
same
empty
Yeah.
map.
When
problem.
the maps, when people say the map's too big, just not.
I think
it's
I
content.
think I phrased it to Jonathan yesterday when we were talking about it as every screen looks the same as every other screen. It wouldn't matter
this
where
is
I'm
the-
standing in the map. It would look.
I think the map you were talking about was Step.
Yeah,
like,
that
we were
was-
looking at Step and
yes.
being like, okay, well, what's actually like.
it's a big square.
Yeah, and there's nothing going on in it. And even if there was stuff going on, I mean, like, it's funny because like it took us a little while to even come to an understanding of like what
Yeah.
needed to change there. Because I'm sort of saying like, okay, well, like, and this is very random. So it's like, do you find the cold plains in D2 as to be a boring area? Because it's ultimately kind of similar. But the answer is, well, there's buildings sometimes, and you get like, there's just like there's just a little more going on in that way. So like, we need to make sure that maps feel that way too when we're doing them.
There has been a few pervasive crashes and issues like that.
Oh
so
god,
how's
yes,
that
yes.
going?
Well, I'll tell you what, the entire engine team.
I'm a proponent of smaller maps, personally. And there's some areas in the campaign where it's a fucking maze. And they block off. There's only one way to get to the checkpoint that you need to get to. Right? So if you let's say this was the map. And you come around and you continue down here and you go up, but it stops here. So you got to backtrack, go up the middle, and then, you know what I mean? Like that kind of fucking maze shit, that pisses me off. I understand I don't want to point A to point B. That's boring. But when you have these massive maps, you shouldn't have these dead end areas on the same side of the map where the thing is. It's annoying. With doors to nowhere. Yeah. Like it's just fuck you from the game. Ah ha ha. Go.
Have basically been entirely
back.
focused on that for 3 months, and it's been horrible because so I mean,
it's kind of a long story, and I don't know if I should go into all of it, but ultimately, the issue is that on NVIDIA cards...
Oh, they're talking about the
remaining issue, at least,
crashes.
is that on NVIDIA cards, if you're using a driver that's bigger than, I think, 560 point something, like basically after that point, the game crashes, and if you install an older driver than that, it doesn't. If the crash happens in the driver, in the GPU, NVIDIA is just like not really much help, and so it's like it just can't reproduce it anymore. So basically a new device, and then upload all the textures to that, because and so yes, but no, not entirely. It does still happen. I mean, yeah, like if you install an older driver, something like that.
worked.
Basically do the engineering
They
to
were
allow
right.
us. One that sucked though was that no
report.
crash, and then things just started mysteriously freezing. I don't have any understanding. Even like, here's what do you do? So and we'll be like, roughly, depending on
Sounds
the
like
hardware,
a
and then it will
good
continue,
improvement.
and the game will pause at the.
I obviously just make it clear we don't want it to remain like that. Obviously,
Yes. Obviously, we'll still try and fix
video
it.
problem,
There's
got
that whole,
it.
if that happens, then the thing that will break is that the
My game
decompressor
crashes.
will happen as well. Like you've got stuff like that, and it's like, well, once again, spending time fixing this, I'm then not able to spend time working on performance issues, which is something else that we need to be obviously improving over time. There's been a few performance improvements, but not nearly the number we would have had if we had all 7 of those people
tied up with
working on performance improvements.
Yeah,
So
fair enough.
that's been the most frustrating thing about it.
Crashes first. Makes
Yeah,
sense.
100%. But it's when they're kind of
we have been chipping away at some decent ones though.
Yeah, no, we have. Yeah,
we
those
got
different
some
improvements. Yeah, yeah.
pretty
yeah.
good performance problems resolved.
Yeah, I
Like,
mean, there was
they
that
were,
ice one that was really bad.
Yeah.
And, there was things like that. So, the worst offenders
Nice.
we're certainly fixing. But and I have no doubt by the time we get each time we do a new release, it'll be even better.
Yep.
Great.
But by the time we get a full release, I'm sure it'll be very good.
And I mean, speaking of, I know it's like tangential sort of as well. Obviously, we had a lot of woes around the release, but we've done a whole lot of back-end engineering work to make it.
Yes.
the
yes.
launch
Yes.
is-
So the launch should go smoother as far as all
it was
the
pretty
technical
good.
stuff. It was.
Wow, it still
But-
was 5 hours of
Yeah,
not
yeah.
good.
Yeah, but 5 hours compared
No.
to
This time.
days.
I mean,
is
look,
the industry standard.
I'm tempting fate here, but we've made significant improvements to the ability for the realm to handle stuff. So,
5 minutes this time.
well, I mean, we'll see, right? You never know what's going to go
You
wrong.
always
But it should
sometimes
be
get
much
caught
better.
out by something random.
Yeah.
So-
It should be much better this time.
luck.
Yeah.
And I hope you get enough players to stress your theory. 'Cause
Yeah,
that's
true. Mm-hmm.
always a good thing to aim for. We'll just run up with a couple of the random kind of chat questions before we finish up today. Any possibility of Ascendancy respecs? Is that something you've considered, especially with
Oh
all the
my
changes
God.
going on?
We're sort of not in love with it.
They're not doing it. Like,
It's just one of those things where I feel like it's key to the identity of the character, and respecing the journey of the character it does get pretty significantly compromised if you allow for that. But I know Mark is especially strongly feeling about it.
I mean, the answer is going to be the exact same as last time, which is I don't know exactly, or I don't know how to articulate exactly why I feel so strongly about this, and so do a lot of the team members. Of again, it's just that your choices should matter, and it's obviously something that I was okay with in PoE 1, and so there is probably a world where I will be okay, but there's got to be some level of work involved to achieve it that isn't to just pay a little bit of gold and then you're done or whatever. I want to find a way to do it if we're going to do it in a way that is grounded
That's
and
interesting idea.
and difficult to do. Well, not, I wouldn't say difficult, but requires some actual work to do. So that would be the compromise I'd certainly be willing to explore, which I have been thinking about recently because I know every single time we come to an expansion, it's going to come
Yes.
up. So
The trial of respecting or something.
yeah, there'll be something where your character has to undergo some sort of challenge or something to do it. And I know you could argue, well, doing the trial is that, and you're
Gotta
not
make some
entirely wrong, but
sacrifices.
something a bit more.
Sacrifice a few
so
animals,
I'm
few thousand
sure-
enemies.
I'm sure we'll have a conclusive decision, or at
It's
least a
not
level
like
of
the
articulation one
ascendancy
way
is
or the other
given
by
to
the
you.
end of early access.
you have to earn it.
All right.
But for now,
ask you then.
yeah, it's just going to take me a bit more time to figure out what I want to do there.
Is dynamic switching between keyboard and mouse and controller coming at all?
It's not in 020, but it will be coming.
It's on its way.
Yes, so
Being
and
worked
I'm
on.
really hoping by 030, we should be able to get that. That is a very key feature.
It seems like it's going to be hard to loot juiced maps with only one portal. Oh no, well, this question has already been answered. Well, actually no, because there's still one portal.
This is a concern,
that's
and we
true,
have to do
with
something
juice,
about
juice,
it.
We have to
yeah.
figure
We
it
have
out,
to figure it out.
My
Yeah.
bad,
So
yeah.
in the next week, we will actually be looking into this one.
There's a few problems around
point.
it
Yeah.
still. There are other things to come up, like
Yep.
you also don't want it to be that if you did use your one portal, because
That's
it's
another
your
thing they
portal
haven't
that's used,
addressed.
not everyone's portal that's used. Because when it says
That's actually
one
a good point.
portal,
Yeah, it's a
that's
good point.
one
We didn't
portal
I think we
for
mentioned
up
that.
to 6 players.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so when it's 6 portals, it's 6 portals for up to 6 players, which means technically it's 36 entries and exits out of the map, right? And like that changes things in a way where it's like when it's down to 1, it's like you don't want it to be that, oh, I failed the map. Quick, Ziggy, come join my party, get in here and finish it for me. You know, you don't want to kind of have that style of play happening. So there are still some things we need to figure out with this because it's going to promote some what I would probably classify as degenerate behavior, as well as the fact that, yeah, you're probably like, oh, my inventory's full, zone out. Oh, what the? Okay, sweet. And sure, you can add a warning, but I don't know if even restricting it to just one inventory of loot like that is good, right? I would personally prefer that it's one death, not one, entry. So there's some stuff we need to figure out, but again, Jonathan and I need to talk.
That is a very valid point with the one portal system, is the fact that if you get really solid drops and you're full, you can't even go out. I didn't even think of that.
And actually
That
solve that.
sucks.
That's interesting, yeah, because the death seems like the important part. So as long as there's not like a way to cheat it, it seems like almost like you'd want to allow people to come and go as they please until they die, right?
Yep, which is a potential solution.
Yeah.
But again, can't
Something
say for sure. But yeah, 100%. That person is right for bringing that up, and it is on our radar for this coming week to have, or weekend as well, to have a solution for.
Yeah. So with this new league not having a specific like league mechanic, is it still a challenge league? Does it still have challenges?
It's actually
No,
I didn't think
there's no
so.
achievements or challenges
Yeah,
yet.
yeah, yeah. I'm pretty
these
sure
are-
we weren't going to do that for a little bit yet.
These
but
are, there's not really, maybe later
Of
and
all
later
the
in early access,
fucking
but for now, not really.
questions.
Yeah.
We're just trying to keep
Challenges?
it more about
Make
the
the
game
game.
and the mechanics and less about,
Make the game first.
the achievements. And the achievements will certainly, an achievement system and stuff like that will certainly be there with the full release, and we'll reintegrate all of that at the time.
Is there any plans for Stash Tab expansions, like for example, rune storage?
Oh, 100%.
Especially with a lot more
Yeah,
runes.
Right now, I'm actually trying to at least add the affinity without adding a custom tab.
Oh,
Those
good.
two things appeared from the implementation standpoint, so
Yeah.
I want to try and divorce them so we can have affinities without
we
it.
Oh, yeah.
wanted to get those in this patch, but unfortunately they just
Yeah.
didn't quite make it.
Yeah,
so
yeah,
like,
yeah.
I mean, it's actually quite likely to come in sometime,
It's-
like in a point release after, like
Yeah.
like within the 0 to
As
0
soon as the patch is
impact.
out
Yeah,
and
yeah.
stable and we're
Yeah,
on
yeah,
top
yeah,
of things, it's going to be like, all right, we need to get all those like UX or quality of life
yeah.
things that we blatantly missed out on.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I think
for
that-
example, like being able to add bookmarks to your atlas and
Yep,
write
that's,
the name.
that is one
That
that,
is
we,
something
we
we are-
designed some stuff for it. We just haven't got
Yeah,
it yet.
cool.
I want to say it's
yeah.
like 80% implemented right now.
Yeah, yeah. So,
So we-
it'll be soon as we can. We'll get that in there.
All right, that is excellent. And on
Yeah.
that note, we'll wrap things up today. Thank you so much, Jonathan. Thank you so much, Mark.
No problem.
Well,
Thank you
thank
very much
you.
for coming.
And thank everyone
Love
for
it.
watching.
Thanks for having me here. Great time. Thank you very much, everyone. And I'm Ziggy D, and thanks for watching. Bye-bye.
See you.
What do you guys think? Oh, still a 7. Um, what the fuck? Oh, where are all the comments?
The spirit, it showed me something. Something forbidden.
What's going on here? A bit sad about the lack of druid armor. Magic. Oh, fuck. We didn't even talk about. They didn't even talk about rarity. Yeah, here we go. Underwhelmed. Laughing my ass off. You were working 4 months to release a new class that was already in the making for years. Few new boring uniques, 3 new crafting methods, new skills that are basically not even new. It's just add fire, cold, lightning damage to everything, and some endgame hot fixes. Unless I'm just on my period. This is not a. Oh shit. Very happy with these changes. Definitely happy to see player feedback was taken on board. Why do you do this? I love that GG listens to the bass. This game just gets better and better. I honestly am excited to see what it looks like when full. I think it might be a much different game. Oh, it's going to be a million times different. A lot of us are here for the ride. Keep up the good work. Yeah, exactly. This is going to be a ride, boys. Definitely a ride. Time to dust off the stash tabs. Dive in. Badass. Love it. Let's go. I'm calling off work that day. I don't give a fuck. At this point, it's necessary. Y'all hit out the park above expectations. Thank you, GGG. Your thread is going viral. Okay. Not gonna lie, only 1 new class in 6 months of E. Yeah, okay. No patches. What a bumfuck dev team you. Oh, Jesus. Massively underwhelming. I think they're gonna get mixed reviews by the looks of it. We'll see. Extremely underwhelming. Good news, but not at all. No. Here we go again, doing this again on PS5. Jesus. How to unlock my account with supports takes more than a month to reply. Oh, here's your friend, Chris. This guy's been waiting a month. It's more negative than positive? I don't know. It looks 50-50 here. Anyway, this is just one thread. Who knows? Oh, solid place PoE 2? Wow. You look stressed. Thanks. It's the stress. Oh my god. What are we going to do, guys? It's a W patch. Holy. Oh god. I don't know, guys. What do you think? Let's see here. Yeah, videos are starting to come out already. It's lots of shinies, but little useful substance. Yeah, Tencent bought 25%. Yeah, of Ubisoft. And they're in big trouble. Big trouble. Oh, that's nice. Real adult there. Well, it is what it is, guys. I'll be playing it. You need to fill 2 weeks till LE, sorry.
What's cool to you is having a game to match every vibe. And we've got lots of games to choose from. Which is...
I cannot believe how much they're adding in this league. An absolute nuke of an update, dude. And here we go.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers, Game Director on Path of Exile 2.
Let's go.
Welcome to GGG Live. Well, it's been a little over 3 months since we launched Early Access, so it's about time for our first major content update. Today, we're going to show you an exclusive reveal of Path of Exile 2, Dawn of the Hunt, which launches on April 4th.
Oh, God.
Twitch drops are enabled on today's live stream, so make sure you follow the instructions below in order to claim your Executioner's Guillotine.
Okay, so it's just him commenting
now, in
on
today's
it?
stream, we're going to take you on
To defend her village. It is merry tradition.
Those are the two...
Given that there are hundreds upon hundreds, turning the damage over time you would have done
Sorry,
into
DM.
explosive vile crystal.
But we just finished watching that. Hey, Sweet Gamer Man, what do I think? Yeah, I think, you know, I don't know if it's a nuke. A lot of stuff that I'm looking forward to. I think they added some good content. I still think there's some big ticket items that require more tuning. But look, at the end of the day, 100%, no, not 1% of me feels like this is not going to be the banger game. My only frustration is just around the timing of it. I don't want this to turn into a two-year thing, right? I want them to get to, but I also understand it takes time to get there. So, you know, I'm not going to lie. I thought they were going to do 2 classes per drop, per major drop. So they did it.
Hi, everyone. It's Rax.
So, but yeah, it's, I don't know, a 6, 7 out of 10. Almighty Justice, I feel sorry for all the LE enjoyers. They look like someone shit in their cereal in the streams. Really? What did you think, Sweet Gamer? Gazzy might have out one now. Gazzy might have one out too.
Spent several hours
Let's
watching
hear
the
our
Path
boy
of Exile
Rax.
2 update and then the follow-up Q&A
The
for
reliable
everything that's
sheep.
coming out on April 4th for the early access. And I have to say, I have a pretty favorable opinion of everything that's coming out and the trajectory of the game. Not everybody agreed with me, but I'll go through everything that they announced, which It's quite a bit here, and I'll tell you why. The game's looking pretty good, and April is going to be one of the best months ever for ARPG players in general, right after we hear from this video's sponsor. Guys, this video is sponsored by Rocket Money, and my finances are something that I take very seriously, as anyone should, but that's because my mom was announced in my...
They say less is more, but we believe more is more. That's why we built our Sportsbook app for...
opinion on it. Let's start with some of the general changes. First of all, the patch notes are going to be next week, and they reiterated multiple times that everything that you know about the game will change. They didn't really get into too many specifics here. I think DM has an interview with them later. So when we get the patch notes, and hopefully we get an interview after, we should be...
DM and Gazi Tavern Talk on Monday, guys. That should be a good interview.
Be able to drill down and see exactly what all is changing. But essentially, they said every single skill in the game has been changed in some way. And ascendancies have even been changed, and items have been changed. They said it will seem like a giant nerf fest, but when they nerf something, they try to only nerf the broken part of something, where, oh, someone figures out a combo that can do 150 million damage. Well, if they just nerf the base of all skills, that penalizes everybody, right? All the casual and average players. If you just nerf all the skills, then their experience is going to be terrible. They're just trying to nerf the interactions that make some builds scale into the stratosphere, right? So in general, nerfs never feel good. I complain about them all the time. People complain about them all the time, but I do think for the health of the game, this is going to be a good change. So let's see what the patch notes say. And even if you played a build for multiple weeks last time, it might feel completely different in the next patch, for good or for worse. We'll have to see. So things that you can expect to be nerfed are Energy Shield, which almost every single build in the game that was really powerful in the end game just stacked up. And then, of course, the $1 million question is armor. Armor is bad. A Super Saiyan or a new god power to chase after. The more of these steps that they add into the game, the more fun that I'm going to have. I'm just giving you a summary of all this stuff. We'll dive into details about how it actually works, but here's the high-level summary. There are three of the existing classes is softened, or it's easier for your build, and all you can do is do the T. They plan to add a lot more stash tabs, and there's going to be the corruption. I go to this tower, I jump forward. Oh, here's another citadel. Da 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 da. Oh, here's this unique map. Ha ha ha. And then later on, you can check your bookmarks. Where are my unique maps? Where are my citadels? And go run them. And they said they have a bunch of other stuff coming.
What's your take,
So
Rox?
to summarize all of this, honestly, like I'll be completely honest with you. I think a lot of people have very, very high expectations for these gaming companies. Still early access. Yes, it's been a couple of months, but they literally redid all the skills and ascendancies, 100 new supports, 100 new uniques. They put in the Wisp mechanics. They put in the Rogue Exiles. They put in 3 more of their ascendancies. They put in an entire new class with 2 ascendancies. They changed the crowd control. I didn't do a ton with crafting, but at least we got fracturing orbs, and these systems are going to be better. They're making a lot of changes to the end game. Is it going to be as good as Path of Exile 1's end game? No. Is it better? Yes. Is it going to hold your attention? Varies by the person. Some people, I think, will get a week or 2 of enjoyment out of it at least. I know that I will, pretty sure. So again, I think it's pretty good, guys. I don't know. I'm not all doom and gloom here. Some people were, but not me. I think it was pretty decent. I did a straw poll at the end of the stream, and people on average gave it about a 7 out of 10, which I think is fair. So, okay, I guess the $1 million question is, what do you think? Do you think these changes are pretty good? Are you kind of on my side where this is a decent update, or do you see this and say there's no
a 7? So much insane minion stuff. Well, yeah. Gazzy's going to be happy because of the minions, man.
Our free home evaluation tool is easy to use and provides instant results. You simply...
Patch notes are important.
Yes! Yes! To keep the mods!
Take full advantage of your ability to join their legions by becoming undead themselves. In Dawn of the Hunt,
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I'm Jonathan Rogers, Game Director on Path of Exile 2.
Oh, he's going to watch it
to
too.
GGG Live. Well, it's been a little over 3 months since we launched Early Access, so it's about...
With release at the end of next week, our community team will be posting crucial information you'll need for the release.
Yeah, if you like The Witch.
Keep an eye
well,
on the news.
This is Gazi.
On
this
release
is
weekend, we expect to launch the new mystery box
Hunt of
and
the
many
Gazi.
new microtransactions.
That's what the league should be
including
called.
Path of Exile 2's first alternate skill
Okay, he
effects.
doesn't say much.
Thanks for joining us today
Well,
and checking out our latest developments. We're looking forward to playing the Huntress, trying new builds, and exploring the new endgame next week. We'll begin the Q&A shortly, so please get your questions ready.
Wow. I've said it before. They drop these insane teasers, and then after dropping insane teasers, they blow us away. Dude, this is fucking sick, dude. Oh, it's already starting.
Good morning, Exile.
Yeah, it's sick for The Witch, that's for sure. We finally got Recombinators. Is it just everybody just watching? Yeah. It's literally just everybody watching. Yeah. Meanwhile, warriors sitting around with no swords. Yeah. Probably have to wait till tomorrow, guys, to... Where the fuck is it? No, here it is. Probably have to wait till tomorrow. So here we go. The Huntress. 20 new skills. Hit and run. Here's the new Ascendancy class for the warrior. New skills. 100 plus new support gems. 100 unique gems. This is basically 100 plus unique items. Here are the wisps. 7 endgame there's 7 new endgame maps. The Rogue Exiles, this is going to be sweet. Not on a rare map though, when you only have one portal. Gotta be with you. Unique strong boxes, new endgame mechanic, cleanse the corruption. Improvements to endgame system. So we can now juice the towers with 3 tablets. But there's requirements to open up the second and third one. There's corrupted essences now with the boss. You can vow them. Obviously. And it's on April 4th. Ooh. I don't want that. Thank you. I have to say, I said this earlier, I had no intentions of playing the Huntress. It didn't look like my kind of play style that I like. But a couple of things that we saw during this.
We as Mary are guided by the Spirit.
Changed my
It
mind.
provides prey, shelter, even love. But for me, one day, all that would change.
Oh, actually, it wasn't on this video.
The spirit, it showed me something. Something forbidden. And to defend all I loved, I used it. I lost everything that day. But fate weren't finished with me yet. I'll right the wrongs I've done. I'll do what I must, no matter the cost. I will hear the spirit once more.
I think it's going to be a squishy build.
I shall bathe in your blood.
Yeah. Support gems, not skill gems. Consider the number of support gems we have now and how few are actually used. Well, what are you gonna do? Yeah, it's 100 new support gems. Support. It's not skill gems. You kidding me? Support gems. Well then. Well, no, it's support. No way, 100 new skill gems? That would be nuts. Absolutely, that would be nuts. Well, I think we talked this subject to death. It's going to be very interesting to see the player count. It's going to take 24, 48 hours to stuff to slowly start disseminating and more opinions come out. Lich and Huntress, probably 1 week for each. Yeah. Again, I need to sleep on this, but if I'm being completely honest, like, I was really worried about, the 4th and the 17th. It's only 2 weeks. I'm not that worried anymore. Don't get me wrong. There's a lot of stuff that was added here. Lich, you're worried about it because it's so ES heavy? Energy Shield is getting kicked in the balls, man. Like, no. Definitely getting changed. What? The fuck is this? This is showing nothing. In my opinion, they came out and said armor fixed, drop rate increased, economy reset, no more one shots, and auction house. Now that'd be a nuke. Hey, what's up, Chad? Nobody's, yeah, auction house. Oh my god. It's not happening ever. Ever! Yeah, it's not here yet. That's why you said nuke. Yeah. Yeah, it's not loaded. Unless you guys have a... Fuck, where else could it be? Yeah, it's not here. Just shows it. There's still balance stuff we don't know about. You notice, Chad, the patch notes. The live reveal tonight didn't go into any depth about the big fucking crane that's coming down on a lot of stuff. That's all going to be in the patch notes. So yeah, the patch notes are going to be, well, you heard them say, they said a lot of people are going to think the patch notes are a nerf patch notes. So the hammer's coming down on the patch notes. Check their Discord under PoE2 News. Okay. Yo. I always forget about the Discord. Oh, here we go. Shit, how am I going to bring that up? Regardless, I'm playing when it releases. Oh, yeah. So am I. Cursed enemies killed by you and your allies. Your presence have a 33% chance to explode. Necromantic. What is it? Necromantic conduit. You and your allies in your presence have unholy might while you are not low mana. Eldritch empowerment. Channeling spells. 3% increased mana management. 23% increased area effect of curses. Blackened Heart. 30% ES if you consumed a power charge. Crazy. Crazy. Oops, sorry guys. All right, guys. I want to absorb all this. I guess it's more like a trading hub on console. Doesn't console have auction house? I don't know. I've not played on console. Don't know. Even standard is getting the new content. Pretty cool. Yeah, Zoling, I don't know how I feel about that. Like, well, I guess everyone has an option now, which is nice because not everybody's the same. But, you know, I like when a new league comes out, when a major drop happens, you should, everything, to really appreciate the update, you should have to start from scratch. But I get it. They gave everybody the option. That's not going to be the case in the future. I don't think. But I'm going to be starting fresh. I will definitely be starting fresh. That's really how you truly get to experience it, in my opinion, the best way. So, but that's just me. Yes. I think it's that. And I also think they don't want to rock the boat too much right now. I don't want to put these on. Again, my personal thing. I just think, you know what? Let's not. It's already been rocky enough. According to their standards, they're not used to, you know, they're not used to this kind of stuff. So, and they're still figuring shit out, right? So, like, you know what? People want to play the same thing. No problem. Let's put everything even in standard. No problem. Same. See no reason to go back. No, for me, that's it. Done. Done. Hardcore character dies, goes, see you later. I delete it. The league's over. I never go back and play standard. But there's some people, all they do is play that. Right? I get it. Totally get it. Yeah. All right, guys. I'm going to go grab another cup of coffee, but we're going to call it. And, yeah. April 4th, 1 week away. I'll tell you one thing. We're not going to lack shit to do. That's for sure. You know, I know a lot of people feel that it's underwhelming. But there's some good things that they've added. And again, even though I'm not like, yeah, you know, this is a 10 out of 10. I told you already, there's not one piece of me that doubts this game is going to be way different by the time we get out of early access. And they're constantly moving towards that. I know to some people, too slow, not enough, you know, but it is what it is. Endgame's still kind of weird. Yeah, as only. Yep, I agree with you. I think they're just figuring it out. It's gonna, you know, they're just behind. We were talking about this. They're behind. Like, they've known armor is a problem, and they admitted tonight, they haven't even looked at it yet. And they said, we got to, you know, what's got to happen is we got to go to a room, we got to sit down and start from scratch. That's on armor. That's been a problem. Just think about that. Armor. It's a big deal. They're sculpting. Rock carving takes a while. Oh, shit. All right. All right, guys. Oh, my God. Anyway, it's all going to be good, guys. I said this in my last video. In like 5 to 6 months, this is all, you know, every month, every update, we're going to move closer to that. That's it. And I'm probably going to be eating crow because I thought 2025, and it may be still the case, but I doubt it now. This game's going to get out of early access in 2026. I did not think that until tonight. Well, maybe they should start using a chisel instead of a carrot. Oh, shit. Anyway, boys. Okay. Have a good one. Thanks for watching. And we'll hope to see you next time. Take care, everybody. Good night.